Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The government has promised Kenyans that by next year they'll enjoy smartphones that will retail for as little as less than 5,000 shillings. President William Ruto, while speaking at the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Roundtable Forum, said that having a cheap smartphone will ensure that all Kenyans can access digital platforms for business and accessing government services.
And already we are working with our telcos, our telecommunication sector, and I want to promise the country that in the next 8 to 12 months, we will have the cheapest smartphone in Africa, manufactured in Kenya.
Ruto further announced that his administration is working towards moving about 90% of government services to digital platforms within a year. He said this move will also ensure ease of doing business as citizens will be able to access their licenses online.
We have about 15% of government services on the digital platform. If you look at our manifesto, we said we are going to move 80% of all government services on the digital platform. Again, let me announce here that we are working on it, and by God's grace, between 6 and 12 months, we will have moved 90% of all government services onto the digital platform.
Now, the Anti-Corruption Court terminated the 7.3 billion shillings corruption case against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua after DPP Nuruddin Haji withdrew the application over lack of evidence. Trial Magistrate Victor Wakumilia faulted the DPP for pressing charges on Gachagua and his 9 co-accused without conducting conclusive investigations. He stated that the office of the DPP and DCI should work independently to ensure that public confidence is gained in the administration of justice. He consequently ordered that the cash bail by the DP of 12 million shillings and his passport be returned to him, as well as for his co-accused.
There being no objection to the substantive application by the prosecution to have the matter withdrawn under Section 87A of the Criminal Procedure Code, the application is hereby granted. Now, the accused persons are hereby warned and informed that they may be rearrested in future and on the same or similar charges.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has continued his scathing attack on the judiciary, noting that the legal arm of the government is allegedly dancing to the tunes of the executive. In a statement, Odinga slammed the office of the DPP's move on cases, among them the 7.4 billion shillings fraud case against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and 9 other individuals, noting that this was a clear indicator that the judiciary was being negatively influenced by high-ranking government officials. While condemning the demolition of the private property in Westland, Odinga blamed these on a myriad of issues affecting the judiciary in the office of the DPP. The former Prime Minister blamed the demolition on criminal gangs with apparent political connection operating as auctioneers, insisting that they should compensate the family. Odinga likewise decried the rise in cases of violent crimes in Nairobi, stating that law enforcement agencies are failing Kenyans in terms of carrying out their mandate to serve and protect indiscriminately. Still on the same end, the civil society is demanding that the government finds a quick solution to the rising cases of insecurity in the country. The activists have also blamed the high cost of living as a key contributor to the rising cases of crime. This even as Kenyatta Hospital medics claimed that they are receiving a rise in patients who have been stabbed and are fighting for their lives in the ICU unit.
Told that the police are on a go-slow, and they're not on a go-slow because they've not received the resources. They're on a go-slow because we're trying to hold them accountable for some of the actions that they have taken, which have harmed fellow Kenyans. And they're now coming back to tell us that they're unable to provide the security for which every single Kenya pays through different taxes that they have. It is important for Kenyans to start demanding their right to security.
The Jubilee legislators lost a battle in Parliament to have the name of the member added back to the Parliamentary Service Commission list. The lawmakers, led by Laikipia North Sarah Korere and nominated MP Sabina Chege, blamed ODM of denying their member a chance. ODM's Okongo Mogeni took the chance of Isiolo Senator Fatuma Dulo, who was axed from the list. Earlier, the Jubilee members threatened to exit as mayor over the distribution of the slots. This is News. I'm Dennis Asata. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
Friday, it's here. What does it look like? Not too bad, actually. If you're coming off Mombasa Road, you get to General Motors and you'll be fine. Getting beyond that, all the way through to the Nyeri Stadium roundabouts should not take you a long time at all. Traffic hasn't started to build up just yet. Also looking pretty good on Jogo Road. Looking at a bit of a hold up as you get to that roundabout at the City Stadium. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, the rumblings of traffic have just begun. Let's see what this belly of the Thika Superhighway will spew up later. But for now, it doesn't look too bad. James Gishore is also moving without any issue whatsoever. Coming out of Westlands, you'll be fine, at least for now. It's just a few minutes after 6. Let's see what happens in a short 30 minutes. Let us know what's popping where you are this morning on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
.6 Spice FM, Malindi. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It's Friday, imagine. Just like that, it's Friday. Ndu?
Yeah.
Do you believe it?
That's what?
It's Friday.
I do.
What?
If you know as I don't they wait for this day.
Done the wait.
I don't they wait.
For the day.
It don't reach.
Where? City. Don't you do it?
I think the phrase that comes to my mind is the body in the cloth.
No, now body day inside clothes.
What did I just say?
Yeah.
The body, the cloth.
Yes.
Once
you get some words right,
you just put everything
you're
else
okay.
together. Yeah. That's all you think.
You've got body, you've got then cloth. You're good.
You're good.
The in between.
Those are details.
The devil is in the details.
And who wants the devil?
Hey.
Mko sawa lakini?
Sisi? Yes, please. Sisi tuko sawa.
Yes, actually, the sisi tuko sawa.
Nyinyi wenyewe.
Yeah, with reference to myself, sisi tuko sawa. But sisi pia tuko sawa.
Siweke hiyo mic chini kidogo basi.
Chini.
Niko chini ya.
Hajashikilia mic.
How are we doing so far?
You're doing all right, man.
All right.
Weka mic chini.
You know what that means? I'm holding the mic. The implication I'm holding the mic. I'm helping us to place it on the surface that is lower than, yes.
Surely. Anyway, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. We have a lot to discuss today. Today is Friday, so we have our Health Friday conversation, and we will be talking about the burden of cancer on households in Kenya. Somebody who is a cancer warrior and a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association, Rachel Kitonyo, joins us at 9 a.m. for that. Keep it here for it. At 7 o'clock, we reflect the conversation that's been on people's minds and lips throughout this week. And this is with regards to universities, funding of universities, debts by universities, fees to universities. And the other day yesterday was entry grades and cutoff to universities. All those things. Professor Stephen Kema is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. He will be with us from 7 a.m. to talk about what? To talk about that.
And other things that relate to that.
Or that. Yeah. Having said that, Ndu,
Yes.
do like that.
Wacha nifanye hivyo. So now, COVID and what it's looking like in the country, if the thing can agree. It has agreed. Let's look around the world first. 639,313,342. That is what the numbers are looking like. The Ministry of Health tells us as well that we've got some cases, quite some actually. 127 people have tested positive from a sample size of 763. This is a big number because we're looking at about a fifth of the total sample cases have tested positive in the last 24 hours. 61 were male, 66 are female, and we're still seeing the number rising. If we're looking then at a positivity rate, we're looking at a positivity rate now of about still 10%, which is higher than we want it to be. But look, this is what we are looking at right now. Is it at dangerous levels? It is not. Let's look at what's going on with the latest COVID-19 variants, and they are being said to be able to evade vaccine protection, according to new data. New lab data suggests that vaccines and prior infections may not offer enough protection against several new COVID-19 variants cropping up in the US specifically and around the world. According to Columbia University's Aaron Diamond AIDS Research Center, his team reported the results of a set of studies at a symposium. They show that new variants of mutations that bind to cells and infect them are highly transmissible, and that they will be able to permeate any previous protection that you may have had from having COVID or from getting vaccinated. So they're saying it will be interesting to watch here, because then, having had COVID before or having had any other virus before, the assumption is that your body would have built up a natural protection for you. Or if you've had the vaccine, then it would mimic that natural protection that you would get having had the disease. But they're saying these new variants are finding a way, or have found a way, to bypass this protection. So they have to now find a way to make sure that there is now beefed up protection against these new variants. So it still keeps the world running after it, this COVID. That's what it looks like for now with COVID.
Okay, so let's take a break. It's 14 minutes after 6. We'll be telling you about the gadget. The gadgets are here. City has a gadget. He'll be using, the Samsung S8 Tab to Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra to give us the day's Proverbs shortly.
Yes.
Then he'll also tell us about the Italian cuisine night. He attended an event yesterday and he didn't even tell us about it. He's telling us about it this morning, but he'll give us the details anyway. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guests.
If COVID could mutate and evolve 6 times over the last 2 years, how many versions of yourself have emerged in the last 2 years?
Do not, and you don't have to give anything to get ahead. All you have to do is give out and show out your talent.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m. on SpiceFM.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is one of the best ways to spend a Saturday.
All right, we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17, highs of 24 and lows of 16. Clear at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14. And we will see highs of 22 in Nyeri, where it's mostly cloudy, at 15. Clear conditions at 12 in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's raining in parts of Mombasa at 25, highs of 31 and lows of 24. We will see a partly sunny morning in Malindi, going to highs of 31 and lows of 25. All right, what else are we looking at? In Kisumu, clear conditions at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 19. And we'll see highs of 28 in a clear Kakamega this morning. It's 19 and mostly cloudy in Kampala, highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 31 in what will be a sunny day in Dar es Salaam. 15 degrees and light rain in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 14. And it's raining as well in Lagos at 25. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 24. Kinshasa's raining at 22, highs of 29 and lows of 22. Going into afternoon Friday in Beijing, it's 13 and cloudy. 13 will be the high. It'll come down to lows of 11. It's 9 degrees and cloudy in Paris, highs of 15. And we'll see highs of 16 in a mostly cloudy London. It's 15 and clear Thursday night in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 18 and lows of 14.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Aristo Muganda says he's tuned in from Ebubere Mumias and says good morning. Spice FM, I'm tuned within People's Settlement of Korogosho. Okay. Deputy Mukaya is also in Kakamega this morning. Derek Onyango says good morning. He's tuned in from Rarieda. Charles Chalo tuned in from Kikambala and says good morning. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa, and Jane Duta says thank God it's Friday. Sabi says good morning, Eric Latif. I'm thoroughly tuned in from Buruburu. Have a happy Friday and a blessed weekend. Sawa. Danny Joroga is tuned in. Kisumu's locked loud and clear. That's where Jermaine is. Wanjala Wabwile is tuned in as well. Jane Jesh says good morning. Colin says have a great one going into the weekend. Lawrence says Nairobi is becoming dangerous. Good morning from my hideout. Yeah, quite a number of things that we've seen over the last couple of days in terms of asking people to be a lot more careful where they're going. But still, are we seeing the rates of crime rising? Yes. Ben Long says good morning. Tobias Nyongesa says good morning as well. Zachary Kikonya, good to see you there. Zachary is saying something in a language I cannot understand or read, so okay, we'll just go with it. James Muley says good morning, tuned in from Nyali.
Anasema detoshia hinahi.
Okay.
Yeah, it is Twak Makende. Information.
It's a what?
Habari za dharura.
Okay. I still don't know what that means, but you know. We can go with it. Sawa. Then, John Amasongole says, good morning. The weekend is here. Indeed, it is. Brighton says he's tuned in live from Nakuru. Collins Kipsat said, good morning. Anthony says, good morning, lady and gentlemen. Regan says he's locked in from Homer Bay. And Kimilili Ndani, Ronald Ellie is tuned in from Bomet, and Waivera is tuned in as well. Quite a number of people. Timothy, we see you on Dicho, Jerry, and Sammy. Helen, good morning. Karibuni sana.
Okay, City. Using the Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra.
Did you hear me say the word AMOLED?
AMOLED.
Yes, I'm not referring to a competitor from my neck of the woods. No. I'm referring to the thing that this tablet has that makes the surface and the readability of the messages crystal clear.
That's why it's even clearer than your book.
It is clearer than my book.
It is because of the AMOLED screen.
Yes, and if I'm looking at the way it's sitting on this particular surface, did you hear me say the word new armor aluminium? No, that's the casing that makes it durable.
New armor aluminium.
Yes, this one, ARM, aluminium. This thing, hard. Anyway, so let me use this tablet for what it was purposed.
All right.
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn, must have a strong skull.
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have a strong skull.
Yes.
A
tablet that seeks to offer longer services
must have long-lasting battery.
Precisely. 3 days. That is what the Galaxy Tablet S8 Ultra does.
Wow.
3 days of battery.
3 days. Yani, you're just using it day one. You're still going on. Not day two, like that.
Day
3. Without charging.
Wow.
That's what it does for you.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you very much. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. What do you see?
MCAs now want their pay tripled.
Of course they do.
Just when you thought that things, couldn't get any worse. Yeah, so that's on the front page of the Standard.
No.
Of the Nation. And it's interesting because here on the front page of the Nation as well, we see organ donation or theft. There's an interesting story there. A family seeks answers on the missing part of their kin. On the front page of the Standard, cracks rock Uhuru and Raila party. The ghosts of NASA are stalking former President Uhuru Kenyatta and handshake partner Raila Odinga's Azimio coalition after Jubilee Party complained of unfair treatment by ODM over nominations to the Parliamentary Service Commission, accusing the Orange Party of political deceit and conmanship. Yeah. Imagine.
Why always ODM?
Imagine.
I am listening.
ODM inaonewa. Will you tell us what's on the front page of the Star?
The Star.
Do you have the Star?
Me, I don't understand these people. I couldn't get the Star this morning.
What's happening?
2 sources. So I thought I had source B. Source A didn't have it.
Source B didn't have it.
There.
So you should go for source beta.
I don't know how. Maybe.
Source beta. Maybe better.
It has to do with this weather, does it?
Probably, yeah.
I don't know.
It's the weather.
I have to find something to blame, surely. So it has to be the weather.
Let's blame it on the weather.
Blame it on the rain. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So tell us one story. I think, where do you want to start?
I want to tell you the MCA story.
Yes, that one.
Because it gets as it be. Okay. An MCA will earn close to 400,000 shillings besides being awarded a development budget if proposals by the County Assembly's forum are adopted. The clamour for a pay rise by the 2,100 MCAs coming at the back of similar demands by the 416 MPs will only worsen the country's wage bill crisis at a time limited public resources are also being gobbled up by the repayment of a choking public debt. Right? Let me give you more details of that story. They've brought this before their various assemblies and said, look, this is what we would like to have. Central Bank Governor Patrick Njoroge recently told MPs that for every shilling collected in revenue, about 40% goes to debt servicing, meaning that for every 100 collected, 40 goes to footing debt. If the MCAs get their way, the taxpayer will cough up an extra 32 billion shillings over the 5-year term, the figure rising even higher once the MP's pay is factored in, their pay rise rather. According to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the public wage bill for the financial year 2019 to 2020 was 944 billion. This was nearly 60% of the government revenues for the same period. That stood at 1.6 trillion. The bill has been rising, partly fueled by fat allowances drawn by government employees, as well as outright theft, such as the reported 35 billion shillings looted at the counties through ghost workers. Right. According to Mr. Philemon Sabule, who is he was unopposed as the leader of the CAF. He said that there is a massive disparity in the remuneration of MCAs and MPs, and yet they have similar roles. So why would the MCAs not ask for a pay rise the same way that the members of parliament have done? Asked about the new pay review pushed by MCAs, SRC chairperson Lynn Mengich said the ward representatives knew what they would be earning a month to the polls. The correct position and other is as per the Gazette notice of July 2022, she said in a short response. According to the SRC, governors are entitled to a gross monthly salary of 924,000 shillings, which includes a basic pay of 554,000 and a house allowance of 200,000. The governors also have a 10 million inpatient medical cover, 300 for outpatient, 150,000 for maternity, and 75,000 for dental and optical cover. Blah, blah. The MCAs, on the other hand, have a 3 million shilling inpatient cover, 200,000 outpatient, 100,000 maternity, and 5,000 for dental and other cover. They said, according to Mr. Sabule, he's also the Elgeyo Marakwet speaker, there is a monumental error that needs to be corrected with regard to the salaries of MCAs. SRC continues to take a hard position on this issue, yet statistical evidence shows that MCAs are deeply disadvantaged because, we do the same work, if not more. So why
are we getting enough pay?
Shafted.
I think Lynn Mengich is being unfair to them when she says they knew how much they were going to earn when they were applying for the job and they got the job, so they should stick to it. Has SRC received any increase to their pay?
We were told they have.
Did Lynn Mengich know how much she was going to earn before?
Why are they accepting the increase? Why didn't they just accept what they were employed to receive in the first place? The discussion around the cost of living adjustment has to be a real one. It's because if you have inflation doing the two-digit thing and you have price of literally anything you could think of going up, surely there has to be a point at which someone's earning matches the cost of things in the country that they live.
In the market.
Yes.
The only problem is the base is the current salary for everyone.
You see,
you heard a member of parliament yesterday saying, allowances have gone now, surely.
Surely, you spending 3,500 shillings in Tarakaniti.
To survive,
how will we survive? And then also the same amount in Mombasa?
No, Mheshimiwa made a valid point, but it's valid insofar as Eric put is looking at what they were getting before. But the reality of the country that we live in right now, that amount that is supposed to be an allowance for a day is an amount some people earn in a month. In this same country.
Is an amount that people have not eaten with in months. That people have not seen food worth, let's just talk about that 3,600 shillings. That people have not seen food for 3,600 shillings in months. Where is it that they were boiling that poisonous thing for 8 hours so that at least it can have some semblance of nutrition?
Or Big Brother feeding little siblings chameleon.
Yeah. Where was it? Isn't that here?
The chameleon was Molo, I think.
Was it not here?
Yeah.
The same place people are complaining about this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, this salary discussion shouldn't just be specific to certain groups. They should just be free for everybody.
Yep.
In fact, if you ask me, there should be a reduction.
There should be a reduction for everybody. Take a pay cut for now.
Yes.
Well, their constitution disallows that, but then that's why you go for those allowances. Because you cannot touch somebody's gross salary. Touch the allowances.
Why I'm saying a reduction.
Start with the CSs and the president.
You see, the lawmakers can make this law. Yeah. It's an emergency. We didn't have the provision for a prime minister. When we had an emergency, one was created, was it not?
That's true, though. That's a valid point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are in an emergency right now. Why can we not create a provision within the law which allows for certain things to happen? Yes. And the lawmakers speak as though someone else other than themselves are supposed to make the laws, and yes, it is them.
They're the ones.
It's them.
It's their direct responsibility.
Yes.
Wako na mchezo.
Sana.
30 minutes after 6. Have you booked your slot to go and view this beautiful piece of land, Naserian Ridge Phase 3, a gated community that's being proposed, located 20 minutes from Ngong Town along the newly tarmacked Ngong Susua Road, 500 meters from tarmac. Project is fully beaconed, fenced, individual freehold titles, as close proximity to power, water, church, public schools. Next to a proposed town centre that will house a public market and a stage. An eighth of an acre is going for 50 by 100 is going for 650,000 shillings. And our very own Jimmy Gathu is organising a bus ride to go and view this place on the 19th of November. All you need to do to book your slot in the bus is pay 2,000 bob by sending money to M-Pesa paybill number 4068347. That's 4068347. Account weka ID yako. 230 shillings is the amount. Then you get your slot reserved. You'll be on the bus. Go with Jimmy Gathu. If you like the plot on the day and you make a reservation on the day, you get 20,000 shillings discount.
I like it.
Papo. If you'd like more details about this, please go to olivelimited.com. That's olivelimited.com. Let's take a look at traffic.
Yolanda Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's
Sugar and spice.
Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to SpiceFM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
So does everybody else.
Yeah. All right, so there's that build up on around Imaradima, just here over the hill. Some traffic then getting out towards General Motors, but then after General Motors, it's like magic. Poof, it's gone. And then you're going to get all the way to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then boom, it's back. And it'll take you to the Haile Selassie Junction, coming off of Gong Road, going out towards Kamkunji. There's some action on Jogo Road and then into the CBD, but it's actually not too bad. On the Thika Superhighway, just between that Utali Drift and the Pangani Underpass is where we are seeing it starting to do that thing that it normally does around this time. Kiambu Road, also some traffic inbound. This is the time to get out, folks, before they see you and then make you sit there. Leave now or wait until later. It doesn't look like it's going to be too crazy a Friday, however, but don't say I didn't warn you in advance of time. Traffic doesn't look too bad for now, but keep your wits about. Let's know what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, talk to us there, and let's try as much as possible to keep things moving.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Done right.
Let me tell you this story that's on The Nation and The Standard. Page 3 of The Standard. Shock and grief has engulfed a family in Malindi after their daughter's body arrived in the country from Italy without some internal organs. Mm-hmm. The 36-year-old Amani Justice Luwali, who had been staying with her Italian husband since 2016 when they got married. According to family members, the body was in a tamper-proof metal box when it arrived at the Star Hospital mortuary in Malindi town. Josephine Mrima, the mother of the deceased, said her daughter had been in Italy for close to 15 years. She first went there in 2004 after undergoing a heart surgery and returned home and then went back to live with her husband, with whom they have a daughter. I don't know how she died, and I don't even know if she was sick. I was just told by our friends in Italy that she was dead. Not the husband, but friends. The husband later revealed that she had died and a requiem mass was to be conducted and then the body to be cremated the following day. The mother objected because, according to their customs, they don't cremate bodies. She says, I said that her body has to be brought back home. She added that the husband made arrangements and the body was flown to Kenya via the Mombasa International Airport, but with instructions that the container carrying it should not be opened.
Instructions from who? Sorry.
From the husband.
Okay.
The husband sent instructions. She's in this. Please don't open, just bury her. Okay? The husband promised to bring the body, and when it arrived, we were told not to view it, but I insisted that we must view it. The body was transferred to Malindi's Tower mortuary, where the coffin was opened, and we saw the body, which was in a very awkward state. Josephine said that at that point, her eldest son took up the matter and reported it to the Marereni police station. James Carissa, a brother to the deceased, said that upon opening the metal box, they were shocked to find that the body had stitches all over the eyes, had stitches all over the body, and the eyes had been removed and replaced with plastic ones. Okay? They reported the matter to the Marereni police station in Magarini sub-county before conducting a post-mortem that confirmed their worst fears. The heart, major blood vessels, kidneys, eyeballs, and liver were missing. A matter that the family wants to be investigated before they can bury the body. I repeat, the heart, major blood vessels, kidneys, eyeballs, and liver missing. And this is confirmed in a post-mortem. The brother continues to say that they learned of their sister's demise on the 27th of September. They received a phone call from one of their friends in Italy that she was found dead in her house. They objected to the idea of cremating her, and that's when arrangements were made to bring the body back home. Carissa also says her sister had filed for divorce from her husband, but the matter had not been concluded. When we talked in March, my sister had informed me that she had filed for divorce, but her husband rejected the idea and did not even show up for the hearings. Now they are saying, we want justice.
But I mean,
we want answers.
Can I take you? I just want to take you back. Yeah. What was the original cause of death, according to what they knew?
No, they were not told.
There was nothing. They just heard that.
Well, it's not reported here. So the first thing they, excuse me, they heard from a friend in Italy. Hey, your sister was found dead in her house.
Yeah.
The husband then confirmed later that unfortunately she died. We are actually holding a requiem mass, and then the cremation is scheduled for tomorrow. And they blew a fuse and they said, no. We don't do that here. Bring the body back home. Said, fine, I'm going to send the body back home. So puts it in a casket, sends it back home, and says, just bury her. Don't open the body. Don't view the body. That raises red flags. And they're like, no, we want to see. So they check, and the first thing they just physical check. The body has stitches all over, and the eyeballs have been removed and replaced with plastic ones. And so they called for a post-mortem, and that's when they realized the heart, the kidneys, the liver, not there.
It sounds like a classic case of organ harvesting. That's what it does sound like.
At what point?
Well, I mean, look.
At what point
we can't speculate. But look at the specific organs that were removed. When she was found dead in her house, and they said we're going to cremate her immediately, I believe that by that time, it had already been done. And then to say the no, and then you know that the body's coming home, and that they're going to want to see it for some kind of closure or whatever, to have questions answered, and then you go on further to say, please do not view the body, just bury. And you're speaking to her family members.
Yep.
Do you really think that is going to be the case? That they're not going to want to see their kin in whatever state she is in?
You know, I know a post-mortem often involves the viewing of organs.
To find out if there was any kind of degenerative disease, trauma,
whatever it is that caused it.
Yeah.
That I understand, but eyes.
The eyes, that's what I'm saying. It's organ harvesting.
And then the organs are removed and they are not returned.
Because even if they do remove to do any kind of examination, they often put them back into the cavity.
They do put it back.
Right. So, and then look at the specific organs you're talking about that have been removed to me, it just sounds like organ harvesting. That's what it sounds like to me.
It raises very many questions. And there are questions that require an answer. Because to begin with, if you're talking about an African who has died, and now we come back to our traditions. No organs.
How?
How? Where did the organs go? And when she went to Italy, she went with those organs. So now she's returning back without the organs.
Without the organs.
And then she died.
And we also don't know the circumstances that led to her death.
We do not know.
And is the husband saying anything? Because it just seems a little bit odd.
Yes. No, there is
Is
so
he
much
saying something? We're going to cremate a requiem mass like that, 1, 2, 3, and then you're speaking to her parents and saying, "Don't open." Who are you telling?
There's a lot that perhaps,
maybe there's a lot that's also not being reported.
Exactly,
right?
that's what I want to say. There's some parts of the story that are not put together here. Yeah.
Like in many cases similar to this one, you find that there's a lot you still don't know. The circumstances of, yes, we are told there was some pending divorce hearing, but that's it.
Yeah.
We don't know the state of that marriage. The things we don't know, that's what's in abundance. Yes. But yet we do know the body was flown to Kenya. And we do know that there are body parts missing. That we also do know.
Yeah.
You also do know there's something fishy.
And that raises more questions than
answers.
Yes.
What are you looking at, CT?
I'm looking at something very interesting here. The thing about the newspaper...
Can I just say that every time you say that it's always something very interesting?
Please, yes.
Every time.
Yes. It's interesting.
He ignores those that are not interesting.
Yes.
He only tells us what's interesting. Yeah, that's a point.
I do. Every once in a while something happens that we should mention.
Yeah.
When we got independence, the first African who became our Attorney General was called Charles Muganin Jonjo. He passed away some time back.
Yes.
The person who took over from him was called James Karugu. Now, this gentleman, James Boro Karugu, passed away the other day at the age of 85. Okay? There are those who say he was the then Attorney General's first choice. And they also say...
So he was like Njonjo's protege.
But he was, he was the protege. He was the protege. And he was the second Attorney General we had in this country. But he also came from Kabete, where Njonjo also comes from. This one is also mentioned in this. And his tenure as AG is hailed as one of the shortest that we've ever seen in this country.
Yeah.
Yes. He was sworn in on April 21st, 1980, and he resigned on June the 2nd, 1981.
That's not one of, it's the shortest.
Yes, it is the shortest.
Hey.
There are three things that were an issue here. Okay? One, his predecessor had ordered had placed a shoot to kill order to the police on people who were deemed to be bank robbers. You know, the ones who come, violence, gun, everything. See, shoot, kill.
Yeah.
He had a problem with that one. He says, no, this one issue. You've heard us mention on a number of occasions a gentleman called Sandstrom who killed a lady, a sex worker in Mombasa.
Yeah.
People focus on the sex work. They didn't kill the sex work. They killed the person. Monica Nyeri was her name. Okay? And the judge who oversaw that particular case decided that this guy, he was called Leslie Harris. Okay? He decided this person should be handed not a charge of murder but manslaughter, a penalty, a bond of 500 shillings, which he could pay, but upon just behaving nicely. Okay, and that he could also pay, the 500 would be paid if he didn't maintain good behavior. Now you ask, wait, someone is dead. You've said manslaughter. They're out on bail, and then even that bail they don't have to pay, so long as they behave well. Of course, the guy went back.
He went back home.
Yeah, he had a problem with this one because the issue was raised in Parliament. And a gentleman called the Kimani Wanyoike said, "Lakini surely, Bwana AG, what is this?" He said he agreed with the he was unhappy with it.
Yeah.
Then there was an issue, a gentleman called Andrew Mungai Mudhemba, who also happened to be Njonjo's cousin, who was charged with treason. And these were things which were in his docket. And clearly, from what I see now, he was being pushed to make certain decisions in a certain direction. He told them, this job, keep it.
I'm not doing it.
So he resigned.
Yep, he resigned. He said, keep.
This man had been the deputy
Yes,
to
he was.
Njonjo.
Yes,
he was basically the senior public prosecutor. He was the man.
He was the DPP then.
He was the man who was going to court.
Yes, the DPP
on behalf
then
of
was,
the AG.
was the AG's deputy.
But he had not been under any influence in all those years that he was in charge of prosecutions.
He seemed to.
Now he becomes Attorney General and he feels the pressure.
He feels the politics. Yes, because people who recommend you also recommend you for a purpose. Yeah. And remember, the thing about the time was most of the judges who had this country happened to be of British origin or came from the Commonwealth. Okay, and there are those who argue that the then AG preferred such people. Okay, and the judge who said Sansom, by the way, Sansom died in a car accident, wherever he comes from, the US. Anyway, the point is this, he started as a man of principle, but he passed away at the age of 85. Yes. It isn't often you hear, we've talked about people resigning on matters of principle. Now, here was one man who also said, folks, this job,
keep it.
No. This is how things should be done. And you people are putting me under pressure to do your no.
Who took over from him? Was it Matthew Guy Muli?
I'm trying to whether it's
Muli came later.
Kamwere, or I'm not certain. But there was Kamwere, one who most people don't even remember. No, Muli came later.
Muli was later.
Muli came much later. I think it was Kamwere.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that we're talking about the prosecutor, our Director of Public Prosecutions, Nuruddin Haji, came under fire yesterday as a magistrate questioned his wisdom in approving trumped-up charges against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Senior Principal Magistrate Victor Wakumile had no kind words for the DPP in the bungled trial of Mr. Gachagua in the 7.5 billion shilling corruption case. Wakumile recommended the establishment of an office of a pre-trial judge to sieve through cases before suspects are taken to court. Basically saying, this DPP office, clearly there are issues. Let's have another office before somebody is actually put to trial. Somebody who tests the DPP's evidence.
But let it pass through here.
As you've gone, it was Kamere.
It was Kamere who took over from
Kamere took over
Karogo.
from him, and then Muli took over from Kamere.
All right.
Yes.
Higher. The senior principal magistrate said this case is a testimony that the DPP acted contrary to his mandate as outlined in Article 157 of the Constitution. He could not approve the charges against the accused persons in anticipation that there will be more evidence given that the case was still under investigation. The magistrate warned that the judiciary will not be a passive arbitrator in any frivolous charges brought by the DPP and will resist being used as doormats to settle cases based on ulterior motive. Wakumili allowed the application by Haji to withdraw the corruption case against Gachagua, Nyeri Senator Wahome Mwangi, and 8 others. He ruled that since the DPP wields so much power in deciding whether a person should face a criminal trial, his office is not subordinate to anyone, and that the court does not understand why he approved charges against the DP when investigations were not complete. According to him, charging someone in court is so humiliating, degrading, and depressing, and can lead to death and family breakup if the DPP does not exercise his powers independently when deciding to prosecute the person. Those are words that are enough to form a commission to actually look into the conduct of Nuruddin Haji.
I agree, man.
That's enough.
It is.
Because you went to court and you said, I brought charges before you. I was expecting more evidence from the Director of Criminal Investigations. I have not received that evidence. Please, let's drop the charges. And this is a year after, when you had ordered the person to be arrested and to be taken to court. When this person was arrested in the middle of the night, bundled in a vehicle, humiliated publicly, taken to court on charges.
Sat with a scarlet letter on their chest for 365 days.
Yes.
And then you come later and say, actually, you know what? No, you can't.
We don't know what.
We don't know. No, honestly.
And you cannot say it's because the DCI has not. Look, George Kinoti left the office. The office of the DCI has not been disbanded. who you get information from is not the person called George Kinoti.
It is not George Kinoti
It
who
is
goes
the
out and
DCI.
does the investigation and puts it in the file and then presents it to your office. And remember, we talk about the independence of this particular office of the DPP, that there is certain amount of accountability that is vested in the office of the DPP. So by the time they're saying that charges are being brought, the assumption is that due diligence has been done and that this is a case worth its salt. So then it begs the question, how many more have been presented and maybe they were not watertight?
And what has happened to those people?
And what has happened to those people?
Yeah,
You cannot run away from those questions. Be they true or untrue, you cannot run away from them because of something like this. And that's the danger of having cases like this.
Why they did not let this case just go through and let the magistrate or the judge decide what they want to decide?
Or work with the new DCI.
Yes.
Or say, in the last stint, we were not able to do 1, 2, 3. Can we go through the details once again?
Yeah.
Why not?
If you were saying that he has sat with the new DCI and the new DCI has told him, actually, I have looked through the file, I have looked for evidence, and there is no evidence, then I can say, fine, the DCI tells me there's no evidence. But it can't be it because that guy who left did not give me evidence, so let me drop the charges. It wasn't about the guy, it was about the office. Anyway, Ndu, tell us something else.
Okay, so here we go. 37 billion. Sounds like a nice number, doesn't it?
For what?
I
It
tell
depends.
you.
If you are receiving it, yes.
If I'm receiving it back, pray for me.
If you owe, it's not good.
It's not good at all.
Let's stay positive. I am receiving.
Okay.
Anyway, so spending on non-essentials such as travel, hospitality and training by the government rose by over 37 billion shillings as the country was busy with campaigns, elections and the transition to the new regime. Data from the National Treasury shows that from the last 3 months of former President Uhuru Kenyatta's reign to September, civil servants gobbled up 193.32 billion shillings in expenditure on operations and maintenance votes, which include domestic and foreign travel, hospitality, deem that whatever you may, training, renting spaces for non-residential use and maintenance of vehicles. I'm very interested in this renting of spaces for non-residential use. Spending on the items grew from 155.6 billion during a similar period, July to September last year, underlining the burden added onto taxpayers' shoulders as the country faced tough economic times marked by a high cost of living. The Treasury report showed that apart from growing by 24.2%, the 193.2 billion spending also breached a target to spend of 167.7 billion on the votes during the 3 months. This means civil servants overshot their target by 15.2%. Spending on recurrent activities, which also include salaries and pension, grew by 52.7 billion shillings within 3 months, even as the government's spending on development dropped, interestingly enough, by 117 billion shillings in the quarter to September to 98.4. The government, however, targeted to spend a lower amount on development. So let's spend some on frivolous and reduce our development budget, essentially, is what has happened. Spending more on salaries, spending more on allowances, and I'm just going to repeat it because, it rolls so nicely off the tongue. Non-residential use. Things like that.
Non-residential what?
Use.
And that's how much money again?
57.5 billion.
57. Now that we're talking about billions in their 50s, there is a hustler fund, which is how much?
50 billion.
50 billion shillings. Today is the 11th of the 11th month of the 2022 year.
And 11
in a
plus
few
11
days'
is
time,
22.
in a few days' time, the hustler fund is to be launched. Right? President William Ruto's Hustler Fund has morphed once again as the head of state continued to push banks to offer lending to small businesses on single-digit interest rates. The president, while addressing a section of the small business owners in a session organized by the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry yesterday, made remarks to the effect that the 50 billion shilling fund may be interest-free. However, he said small businesses will be charged kidogo to access the money.
What is kidogo again?
This fee was not specified.
No, wait now. Just the other day, they said the thing was what? Am I interrupting you? I just want to remember.
These remarks have the president biting his tongue once again on the Hustler Fund that has been swinging from an interest-free financing to single-digit interest to a saving platform and now an unspecified simple fee but without interest to access it. President Ruto said the government will work with businesses on how to craft the fund. They'll work with on how to... Where? It's 20 days to the launch of the fund.
Where's the problem?
I knew it. I was waiting. You people.
This is what he said. I want to promise the country that the Hustler Fund is going to be on a single-digit interest rate. For the small enterprises, we'll begin with just a simple fee without interest. But we want to fire the bottom of the pyramid. The highly publicized fund is set to be launched on what? 1st of December. Through the fund, in partnership with financial institutions, the president anticipates to bring down the cost of borrowing for micro, small and medium enterprises. He reiterated this ambition, saying it's time for a single-digit interest rate to be levied on funding. By now, we should be having clear direction on what this Hustler Fund is going to be. So, is it going to be a chama? Is it a circle where we are putting money and then you borrow against what you've put? Is it?
You are witnessing history. It may not be obvious, but you are.
All right.
Okay. The evolution of the Hustler Fund. Don't get caught up with details of interest rates. Don't get caught up with details of certain things which are changing. You want a fund, you consult experts that tell you it is possible.
Yes.
You then become president and you want to actualize it. The same experts tell you, actually, it's not quite that way. You know, that's what we were campaigning, and we knew if we mentioned interest, it would not sound good. Interest, so we told you it is free.
Yeah, single digit.
Yes, you know, like Mr. President, money can't be free. So
it's going to be single digit.
Yes,
and now for the small, so micro.
Yes,
it's not actually an interest; it's a fee.
It's a fee, and it's also just a small digit one. Yes, you know, that sort of thing.
It's just like a fee to access the money.
So long as there's going to be a Hustler Fund, and so long as there is going to be a narrative that explains why it is interest has to be charged, what the interest is, and how to get it, so that it is genuinely accessible. Everything else, in my opinion, will not matter.
It will not.
Because there is nowhere on the planet where you are actually going to get money for free. Doesn't happen.
Let it be clear.
Even when you're given a grant, you're told you have to pay for it.
That's okay.
That's what they say.
People pay. People have no problem. People have no problem paying loans.
Because grants simply open up markets for the people who give you grants.
Yeah.
You think it is cash money that goes ping into your bank account. No. They give you personnel. They give you equipment.
The thing is, by now, CT, what we should be getting, even if not the detail, is some sense of comfort.
It's a direction so that we know.
We know the Hustler Fund is coming and this is what you need to do.
Precisely.
All right? The preparation for it.
I think you've got
You need to register yourself. If I need to belong to a circle, let me know. I am running a small micro enterprise. I need to do this and the other in preparation for this thing that is launching.
I need to have 9 other people, including myself, that we will go and apply for this thing.
Yeah.
Can I start to prepare who these people are?
That's what we need to hear.
That's what we should be hearing now as we gear towards it. You know, the mechanics of it, not that
No. The interest rate, there will be interest rate. There'll be interest paid. There's no question about it. Accessibility. Can we hear the narrative behind the accessibility and the plausibility of it and when it will start?
Yeah. At the same meeting yesterday, the president was talking a couple of things. So he said, yesterday, that was the day before yesterday, we not only unlocked matters to do with travel, we eliminated barriers. We've had a 10-year ban on our meat products accessing the South African market. By December 2022, this ban will be lifted so that our products can access the South African market. And this is which ban on meat products to South Africa. He said, by God's grace, between 6 and 12 months, we'll have moved 90% of all government services onto the digital platform so you can access all government services there. Also to use the digital platform to collect our taxes. 6 to 12 months. In 6 to 12 months, also the cost of living is doing what? Coming down. Okay.
This 6 to 12 months is amazing.
We are working with our telco so that we can have a smartphone that will go for less than 5,000 shillings. I want to promise the country that in the next 8 to 12 months, we'll have the cheapest smartphone in Africa.
Under 5,000
manufactured
shillings.
in Kenya. Sold for under 5,000 shillings in the next 8 to 12 months. I'm telling you, by the time we are in December next year, middle income kitu gani, Kenya will be battling with China for the top slot.
In just 6 to
12 months.
8 to 12 months.
Yeah.
6 to 8.
Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, hustlers. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Anti-Corruption Court has terminated the 7.3 billion shillings corruption case against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua after DPP Nordin Haji withdrew the application over lack of evidence. Trial Magistrate Victor Wakumile faulted the DPP for pressing charges on Gachagua and his 9 co-accused without conducting conclusive investigations. He stated that the office of the DPP and DCI should work independently to ensure that public confidence is gained in the administration of justice. He consequently ordered that the cash bail by the DP of 12 million shillings and his passport be returned to him as well as his co-accused.
There being no objection to the substantive application by the prosecution to have the matter withdrawn under Section 87A of the Criminal Procedure Code, the application is hereby granted. Now, the accused persons are hereby warned and informed that they may be rearrested in future and on the same or similar charges.
And opposition leader Raila Odinga has continued his scathing attack on the judiciary, noting that the legal arm of the government is allegedly dancing to the tunes of the executive. In a statement, Odinga slammed the office of the DPP's move on cases, among them 7.4 billion shillings fraud case against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and 9 other individuals, noting that this was a clear indicator that the judiciary was being negatively influenced by high-ranking government officials. While condemning the demolition of the private property in Westlands, Odinga blamed these on a myriad of issues affecting the judiciary and office of the DPP. The former Prime Minister blamed the demolition on criminal gangs with apparent political connections operating as auctioneers, insisting that they should compensate the family. Odinga likewise decried the rising cases of violent crimes in Nairobi, stating that the law enforcement agencies are failing Kenyans in terms of carrying out their mandate to serve and protect indiscriminately. And the civil society is demanding that the government finds a quick solution to the rising cases of insecurity in the country. The activists have also blamed the high cost of living as a key contributor to the rising cases of crime. This even as Kenyatta Hospital medics claim that they are receiving a rise in patients who have been stabbed and are fighting for their lives in the ICU unit.
Told that the police are on a go-slow, and they're not on a go-slow because they've not received the resources. They're on a go-slow because we're trying to hold them accountable for some of the actions that they have taken, which have harmed fellow Kenyans. And they're now coming back to tell us that they're unable to provide the security for which every single Kenya pays through different taxes that they have. It is important for Kenyans to start demanding their right to security.
Now, the government has promised you that by next year, you'll enjoy smartphones that will retail for as little as less than 5,000 shillings. President William Ruto, while speaking at a micro, small and medium enterprise roundtable forum, said that having a cheap smartphone would ensure that Kenyans can access digital platforms for business and accessing government services.
And already we are working with our telcos, our telecommunication sector. And I want to promise the country that in the next 8 to 12 months, we will have the cheapest smartphone in Africa, manufactured in Kenya.
Ruto further announced that his administration is working towards moving about 90% of government services to digital platforms within a year. He said this move will also ensure that the ease of doing business as citizens will be able to access their licenses online.
We have about 15% of government services on the digital platform. If you look at our manifesto, we said we are going to move 80% of all government services on the digital platform. Again, let me announce here that we are working on it, and by God's grace, between 6 and 12 months, we will have moved 90% of all government services onto the digital platform.
And the Ministry of Trade, Investments and Industry will dispatch at least 94 trade officers to support micro, small and medium enterprises in accessing the 50 billion shillings Hustler Fund. This comes as the government moves ahead with plans to establish common user facilities in each of the county to support manufacturing and value addition among micro, small and medium enterprises. This is Newswire. Dennis Asata, good morning.
All right, so we saw that the Thika Superhighway didn't have much traffic early on, but then, like magic, there it is, and quite some of it as you're getting into the city. Outbound traffic is not an issue, so you should be all right. We know most folks out because of the weekend. All right, really, we're not looking at too much of a traffic issue, whether you're looking at Langata Road towards Rilo Dinga Way and then out towards Gong Road. We're also looking at Jogo Road, and really, for a change, probably the first time this week, nothing too bad beyond that railway station junction and then out towards the City Stadium roundabout. So it looks like we're not going to contend with too much traffic today. Let's, knock on wood and fingers crossed and see what happens through the morning. Let us know what's going on where you are, and then we can keep folks abreast of the situation. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning. How are you doing? It's 7 after 7. It's the 11th day of the 11th month of the 22nd year of the century. 11-11-22. And you said 11 plus 11?
22.
Aha. Something about the date today.
Mm-hmm.
Right. 11-11.
22.
We have a guest in the studio. We want to talk about education in the country. We have been discussing this, matter throughout this entire week, especially when it comes to post-secondary education, university education to be specific. We have a Vice Chancellor from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi with us. Before we welcome him, let him hear the day's proverb from C.T. Muga, who's reading it from his Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra.
I'd actually put it aside. Let me retrieve it.
With the AMOLED screen and what did you say?
Clarity. The aluminium armor.
Aluminium armor.
Aluminium armor. All right. Now, okay, where is it? Good. A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have a hard head.
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have a hard head.
If you don't want to grow a long horn,
don't have a hard head.
Apache says, I like that proverb. For pembe kubwa to exist, kichwa kubwa is a must.
Yes, they say
kubwa ama kichwa gumu.
Kichwa ngumu.
Actually,
right?
the proverb talks about the skull being high. Head is my creation.
you,
Is my creation. Yes, but you're right. It has to have a strong skull.
Kichwa ngumu.
Yes.
Pembe kubwa, kichwa ngumu. Professor Stephen K. Mawageta, hey, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Good to have you again here. This
Happy to be
proverb,
here.
does it make sense when you hear, the ati for
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have a hard skull.
and
or
this
a
proverb
head.
is from which country?
Mauritania.
Again, it's the same Mauritania.
Yes,
country.
after today, Monday we'll move to another country.
Okay.
Yes.
Prof.
Yes.
Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. It does make a lot of sense. Because I can imagine that you have some heavy horns, long and heavy, but the head can't hold. Then they can't last long. You have to drop. Yeah.
What's your interpretation of it? What is the proverb saying?
The proverb is saying that before you can begin to think that you can engage, just measure whether you have what it takes.
You must be prepared.
You must be prepared. You must be prepared.
Have the adequate foundation, right? Be well prepared to deal with the challenge.
Yes,
that you want to set off on.
Correct.
You're dealing with a challenge, Prof. You were recently appointed by the president.
Yes.
As one of the members of the Working Party on Education Reforms that's chaired by Professor Raphael Munavu.
Yes.
You're going around the country, and this is around understanding the CBC, the transitions across. You've had several hearings. How many places have you been to so far?
Interesting that this is, some people are saying a CBC task force.
The CBC task force.
The CBC commission, but it's not all those. It's just a presidential working party on education reform. Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms.
How different would that be if we call it a task force?
This one is approaching education in its entirety. Yeah? In its entirety. It's not only on CBC. We are dealing with the early childhood education. We are dealing with adult education. We are dealing with basic education, both primary and secondary. We are dealing with tertiary education, which includes all the TVETs, as well as university education. And we are approaching it from all aspects, also from aspects of curriculum, like now the CBC, on the aspects of governance, on the aspects of financing, on the aspects of registration, the preparedness of the schools for the transition of students, the relationship between TVET and universities. So it's quite a wide mandate.
It's broad.
It's very broad mandate. Yes.
It's really. So what kind of people are coming to present before this working party? You have to really learn not to say task force.
we are getting parents come to us, those who have children in school. We are getting teachers, those who are teaching at different levels, whether university or TVETs or the primary schools or even the adult education or early childhood education, all the teachers. We are also getting leaders, policymakers coming and talking to us. Even unions of different union, Teacher Service Commission, and also education officers who have been there for long and they know what
People
it
with
takes.
the experience.
Yeah, and even if you wish, even Mama Boga, even border people, everyone, because education concerns everyone.
Prof, I know that, of course, the findings, you will make those findings public.
Yeah.
But if you can do what, we call leakage, even before, what are people saying? I mean, we already we've heard the rumblings, we've heard the complaints, we've heard the concerns, but what from now, this point of view, whereby you've been tasked with it,
with the
working party.
Yes.
What are you hearing are the concerns from around the country? And is it taking into concerns regardless of what social strata people are existing within?
This team is a big team, 49 members. And we have spread ourselves into 10 groups. So, under the chairmanship of Professor Lavel Munavo, I've been leading the team in the central region. I cannot say this is what now the people are saying, because I've only been in one section, but the other people have been in other places. Later this month, we will begin to converge and hear, what did you hear, what did you hear, what did you hear, what did you hear? They can say, this is what the people are saying. I can only say what I heard myself from central region.
Okay.
And when you hear from central region, it could be a little unique. I can give an example.
Please.
Unique. You know, you go to the central people, they say, are we supposed now to circumcise our boys at this age when they are in grade 6? Because if they go to secondary and they go and circumcise, they meet those boys who are circumcised. Are we going to change our culture? You get the thing? And that, you find it's a big concern. I did not know until I went to the field.
Because circumcision has happened at the point of joining secondary school.
Joining secondary. Now you have class 8. You have standard 8, joining secondary. There has been that position. The class 6 join secondary. Are you going now to circumcise this class 8 and circumcise class 6 and skip the class 7? Or what do you do now? So you can see, that's what I'm saying.
Genuine concern.
Yes, wherever you go, there will be unique.
Right.
So that's why only when we meet together and everybody say, also what did you hear? Then we build a convergence. Yeah.
Professor, if I may ask.
Yes.
That this working group has been formed is an excellent idea.
Yes.
Would it have served the same purpose or a better purpose if it had been formed before the CBC was introduced?
Yes, it would have served much better. But I believe that now, the people now are commenting from a position of information. Because if you just tell people, now comment and this thing is in these manuals, in those books at the corner there, how many people are willing to read? You see, we always have that problem.
We do.
Yeah, but now, everybody, when they comment, they say, we are
from
involving the parents a little bit more than we should. It is a good thing. You see, but who should finance it? Is it the parents or the government? You see, that's where the debate is.
So essentially, we are in a situation where you could argue that the rollout is like a pilot.
Yes, it looks like that now.
Yes, because has it been fully implemented?
It's not fully implemented.
Precisely.
Because it's now in grade 6.
Yes, so we're saying essentially we are at a stage where we are piloting it and we are seeking information based on knowledge.
Yes, on knowledge, yes.
People have interacted with it and now you're saying, okay, tell us your interaction and tell us what you think.
That is the thing. So whenever we go anywhere, the contributions are animated because everybody knows something, you know. Everybody. You find even that guy who is from the market, he knows something about it. Yeah. He's saying this one, my child was so to bring this, and therefore, why this way, it should have been done this way. You
now,
see? Yeah.
The working group, if I'm to go by grouping such as the one that you have,
yes.
The earliest one we had was the 1964 Midday Commission, as it was called then. There was a specific mandate. Then there was Gashadi, there was a specific mandate.
Yes,
What is the mandate of this working group? What is it that you hope to come at the end of all this? What are we seeking to achieve?
We hope to say, concerning primary education, how can we finance it better? How can we bring equality? Given that the children, the country, it is quite heterogeneous. You are talking about people in Mombasa, in Northeastern, in Central. What is it we can do to have a better way of financing? You know, like now we finance using, per child, is this amount of money. Per child is about capitation, 1,200 thereabout.
Yes.
Okay? So, a school has 100 students. Yeah? So that is a capitation. So you multiply 1,000 times 100. Another school has 2,000 students. They all need watchmen. This one we also need watchmen. This one also need to be cleaned. This one. So we have to think about that and say, this would be a better way of financing. There's issue of governance of education sector. You have the TSC, you have the ministry, you have the county government. How can we bring in synergy in the governance? Because like now, for example, you have the early childhood education. It is at a county government. So how does it build together to the one which is at the central government now, the primary? Yeah. How do you ensure that there is a seamless transition, and those who are in primary see that these are coming to them and they have a need also to input? How do we deal with adult education? Because there are those who dropped out of school, they need to come back. And how do they come back? What is the system? Yeah. Given that now, even when you come in from grade 1, you are registered and you are tracked. Now you dropped, how do you come back? So
you still retain your old names.
Yes. So they are very complex issues, so that we need to deal university education and the financing and governance. You have heard the issues that have been there about the financing of the universities, the deficits that have been there. What would be the best appropriate model for financing university education? The TVETs. You have the national polytechnics and the national government. You have the technical vocational centers, which are the village polytechnics, which are the county government. Yeah. How do you deal with all those things? Yeah. So it is so we have to deal with the issue of governance, the issue of financing, the issue of registration, the issue of curriculum, the issue of transition of grade 6, where do they translate to, yeah, and the issue of curriculum implementation, and addressing to ensure that all children are treated equally, to some extent. Yeah.
Well, correct me here if I'm wrong, but do I hear you to say that we are actually looking at our education system in its entirety?
In its entirety. The entire education system. Okay. Yes.
Then, Prof, when you're going to for these public hearings, I get a sense that you're hearing a lot more about primary education, and this is with the CBC up to grade 6, and the confusion surrounding the transition. Are you getting, or how are you able to guide the hearing so that you get a lot more information on all those other factors? For example, like you're saying, the early childhood education, the Ngumbaro education, the governance matters, the financing matters, the university and tertiary college education. How are you guiding those hearings so that you get holistic information and feedback from the people, and not just on CBC?
Very well. In this manner, we have both town hall and institutions visits. So in the town hall, there are groups, all those certain groups are invited, whether from TVET, from university, from primary, from secondary, including high school students, primary school kids, all those. So you target certain groups. Then you also broadcast that anybody else can come also, and they give their views outside even the targeted groups. So that ensures that you can get all views representing all sectors, and also where people are most interested in, because those who bring themselves because of the CBC. Now, there is also institutional visit. So, and then we target, we visit, when we go to a county, we visit a university, we visit a primary school, we visit a TVET institution, we visit an early childhood education center, we will visit an adult education center, so that, again, you go, you see, and you hear from the teachers and the students you find there. And also the issue of the special schools. You visit a school for the deaf, you just find them there, you talk to the teachers, and you go to find out what are the issues. So visitation and the town hall and targeted ensures that every view is heard.
Have you heard people so far, and just to go back to what you said, You are only leading a team that so far visited the Mount Kenya region.
Yes, Mount Kenya.
So from your own experience so
Yes,
far,
yeah.
are you hearing people talking about the special needs education? Are you hearing people talking about the equity in education, especially in the way schools are categorized, for example? Equity in transitioning from primary to secondary school, that everybody gets access to the same or equitable kind of facilities in schools. Are you getting that kind of feedback?
Yes.
And what are people saying?
They're saying, like, special school education is coming out that we need to do more. We need to do more. Particularly on having the well-equipped assessment centers, where every kid at a certain point is assessed and is known early what attention they require. It could be outseen, it could be some other problem with the brain, it could be speaking, so that it is not left just to a parent to just stay and you don't know what to do. And finally, you don't take the child to school. So we must have an organized system, which is equipped and with the trained people to come and assess. Those who say, this is an extra bright student. This is a kid who has a little problem in the brains. This is a physically challenged. This has problem with the eyes. This has problem with the ears. This has problem this. So once we do that, then we are going to be able to rescue many of our kids, because a society really is seen to be more civilized based on to what extent it takes care of the weaker ones. Because if it is only the stronger who are flourishing, who are existing,
There's a problem.
it suggests that now you are living in those, like in the bush, the way the animals live.
Law of the jungle.
Law of the jungle. So we must pause as a country and reflect on those weaker ones. So when you hear them talk, like those in special education, including the books, you can see the passion they have, on what need to be done. And they are very, very clear on what need to be done. You go to adult education centers, you go and you find those students. There are people who dropped out because maybe of early pregnancy or something, they did not finish. And now they are coming through school. They want to do secondary school and sit exam, and again now find their way out. And they want some support system put into place. Because like now they say, as we are being told to pay for our exams, others are not. Why? So when you go and listen, the Kenyans know exactly what they want done.
The matter of the second bit that I was raising, which is on equitable access to education. At the basic education level, we've even discussed it here before, and there have been reports that have been produced on categorization of secondary schools, which is not supported by any aspect in law. Not in the Basic Education Act, not in any education policy, but we have categorization: national schools, extra county schools, former provincial schools, county schools, and sub-county schools, which are mostly day and which hold the bulk of Kenyan students. If you look at how they are financed and facilitated, you'll find that the extra county school, the sub-county schools don't have sufficient laboratories, don't have adequate number of teachers employed and deployed by TSC. They don't have the facilities, the classrooms, and yet they have the bulk of the people. Are you hearing any conversation around that and people saying, look, we are sending our children here and they're not getting the same as the children in that other school?
Yes, there's a very interesting conversation allowed there. And one of them is they say, okay, look, this is a school, we build it up ourselves with our resources, and then it reached a certain point, then it was declared a national school by government. The minute it was declared a national school, the kids who come from wherever. Those kids who used to get opportunities from the region, the numbers went down. So what is all this? Is it possible that, the government, when it wants to do a national school, it starts it from scratch?
Let them build their own.
Yes. They plan, they plan, and they put it up to the. So you can see that the community is quite protective.
Yeah.
Then they don't also that issue of discriminating that the schools they will be paid slightly more or higher capitation or higher visa than this one because they say, oh, when you are buying the inputs, it's just the same. Whether you are in Alliance or you are in some other school, wherever, the kind of food, the rice you eat is the same, you know.
When you get a transfer of teachers from the TSC,
yes,
there's no choosing which teacher goes where.
Yes.
So even as you speak about these things, and even as we go on into the conversation, we
Yeah.
suggested here before that perhaps the thought of the decategorization of schools needs to take place in this country. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. I think there is your need. There is your need to have some schools where you, because it's actually not good, possible. If you just say you bring Alliance now to become like I don't know which one.
Kuraiha boys.
Yes, so that you make them that Alliance and you call it what?
Kuraiha boys.
Kuraiha boys. So you
mix.
Mixed are the only boys.
That I think that would also not be very,
I mean, the point is that we're trying to so whatever needs to whatever needs to be brought up in terms of its infrastructure, in terms of its practice. Because I'm not saying that, look, just throw everybody into the same pot. But I think what we are looking at now is saying, can we get the levels of education and then infrastructure and practice that gets schools recognized at a certain level? Can we inject that then across board and have that as a mandate of the ministry to say, look, let's have everybody try and compete on the same playing field?
We definitely need to do that. The ministry needed to put in a lot of money, all us, to ensure that those which are down come up, but we don't bring the ones which are up down. That one we should not do. Because, this is historical. For a long time, it is the community which used to put up those schools. That's why you hear it is ACK sponsored, it's Catholic sponsored, it's PCA sponsored. It is the community which used to raise their own money. I know, like, even where I come from, my mother tells me, even the secondary school there, they used to come and dig the foundation. You get it? So, they are at a different grades. When was this started? You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, based on when the community in that region decided to start a school. Yeah. Like Alliance, we are talking of early 1900. You get it? So, there is that, and those others that came later. So, the issue is, how do you get these also up
to the same level?
But the issue now is where we came up with this capitation and we said it is this amount, and then we are not caring so much about the needs of that school in particular. So you must think about the number of students. You must also think about the issue of the facilities that need to be taken care of, and the laboratories and all that kind of thing. Not only you have 20 students and therefore you have 500 shillings, that kind of thing.
So it shouldn't be 1,000 bob for every child. It should be per need, per school.
There should be a factor maybe for a child and a factor for the school. You get it? Yeah.
Maybe the same thinking that I think the Commission on Revenue Allocation had with the counties. A formula. Where you understood that certain counties, certain regions had actually been left behind. So you even created a fund. In this case, it has never been actualized. And you even call an equalization fund. So that these fellows can have an opportunity to catch up. That sort of thing.
That sort of thing, yeah.
The break?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 27 minutes to 7. Professor Stephen Kiama, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, and also a member of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, is here with us in the studio. We're talking about education in the country, funding, governance, management, transitions, everything, the curriculum, everything about education. He's an experienced man on education matters, so that's why he's here. Reminding you about Olive Limited, presenting Naserian Ridge Phase 3, a gated community located 20 minutes from Ngong town along the newly tarmacked Ngong-Suswa Road, which is only 500 meters from the tarmac. Prof, you know that road? From Ngong to Suswa, there's a new road that's being tarmacked there. Connects Ngong straight to Suswa. It's about 60 kilometers.
Oh,
instead of going around from Ngong up to go down the Ngong hills.
Yes.
Along the railway line as it heads towards Suswa. So there's a place up Katikati where this development is taking place, the Naserian Ridge Phase 3. If it was those days when the universities were awash with cash,
yes,
they've taken you there, you just buy the whole project.
I'm telling you.
Take up the whole project. Now that the universities don't have money, but Professor Kiama may also maybe just think of investing there, we'll take you there with Jimmy Gathu on the 19th.
Yes.
On 19th of November, Jimmy Gathu is taking a busload of people, and all you need to do is just cough up 200 shillings for your pesa ya mafuta ya kuingia kwa basi, pay bill number 4068347. That is 4068347, and the account, put your ID, 2,000 shillings. On that day, go spend time, look. 50 by 100. We're going to have 50 by 100. Shirigi 650,000 only. And if you pay on that day, 20,000 bob off. Keep it here for more.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Enjoy Black November with Cold Stone Creamery Kenya. Get 2 Gotta Have It cups and 2 cake slices at only 1,500 Kenya shillings. And other amazing deals for you and your friends this November. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and enjoy creamy, smooth ice cream and deliciously crafted ice cream cakes. Ice cream is always a great idea.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guest.
Everything is so larger than life. You kind of have to have a good understanding of who you are. You could easily lose yourself.
We have a global approach in the programs that we put together, meaning that it's not just about refining my business, it's about refining the industry. It's about touching the youth and making sure that in totality, change actually happens.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m.
Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, there might be a bit of a sprinkle in Nairobi at 17, highs of 24 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 13. And we'll see lows of 14 in a cloudy Nyeri at 15. It's 15 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 13. And the rain is coming down in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 24. We're looking at sunny conditions in Malindi this morning at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25. While in Kisumu, it's partly sunny at 21. It'll go to highs of 28 and lows of 19. Kakamega is sunny at 21 as well, highs of 28 and lows of 15. Looking into Kampala, it's 19 and raining, highs of 26 and highs of 31 in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam at 26. It's 15 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 14, and raining at 24 in Lagos now, highs of 31. 29 will be the high in a rainy Kinshasa at 22, and that'll be today's low. All right, not too crazy a Friday morning. We're not seeing too much in terms of traffic in most parts of the city today. Coming off Uhuru Highway, I said there would be a boom situation, but not really. We're looking at that moving not too badly. There is traffic along Mombasa Road, however, and it's looking at just after that turn off to JKIA, heading out towards Cabanas, and then out towards Imaradima. That has slowed down quite some. Not quite sure what's causing that, but it's doing the thing. It's also pretty busy as you get onto North Airport Road and try to connect with Outer Ring. As you go out towards the Eastern Bypass, there is some traffic there going towards the Thika Superhighway from the other side. Manyanja Road is clogging up, as is Kangundo Road right now. Coming down further, we're looking at Jogo Road as well as Lunga Lunga. And they're going to go back up towards Juja Road, which is also climbing up, joining the city centre. That's what it looks like at about a few minutes after 7:30. We'll take a look in another half hour or so. Tell us what's going on with you. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
20 minutes to
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Room. Eric Latif Nduoko with our Samsung Galaxy Buds 2 Pro, CT Muga with his Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra and the Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro. And we have Professor Stephen Kiama, who by the end of this show will be walking away with the Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra to know how to use it. You know? Prof, university education now. There's been a lot of talk this week on, not this week specifically, there's been a lot of concentration because of the words that were attributed initially to the CS for education, who later came to clarify what he meant. When he went to visit the Dedan Kimathi University, and there was talk of Mr. Bona CS, the money that we receive, and the needs that we have, those two are not in the same WhatsApp group.
Yes.
And he said, I cannot bring this WhatsApp group into this WhatsApp group.
Yes.
People thought he's saying, I am closing this WhatsApp group of funding universities. He came later to clarify that, no, I'm not saying that we are stopping to fund universities. What I was saying is that we cannot increase the amount of money that we're sending to universities so far. Your universities should think outside the box on how to increase your own funding, your own revenue, so that you can manage your resources. It's a big issue, isn't it? Universities are now saying the same issue of capitation that we need to review. What is the main challenge?
The main challenge of the current main challenge of financing of universities is because there seems to be some confusion why the universities are there for. You know, so some people therefore don't think that they should be given money, because maybe they should be given money based on the people getting jobs or not, you know, those kind of things. So the university has a bigger mandate than that kind
job
of
creation.
Than job creation. So they have been seen for a long time as opportunity for access for higher education. So it's seen like you go, you get a degree, which is yours. Yeah. So how many did you produce? How many students did you produce? So you see graduation becomes a big thing, that this is a number, these are people who are graduating. But universities have a wider mandate than that. They have a mandate to create new knowledge, which now opens space for thinking, because now you have different knowledge to use as a foundation for coming up with a solution to something. They have a mandate for innovation. Yeah, they have a mandate for dissemination of that knowledge. Yeah, and through those innovation, obviously creating jobs and opportunities. So if it is seen in that wider way, then there shouldn't be a problem of how to finance universities. But because they were seen for access alone, that is the reason. So as a result, you find that the financing of the university uses what we call the differentiated unit cost, which is the number of students who are registered with you. Period. And that is only undergraduate students. So when you're talking about master students, PhD students, who are using their 3 years, 4 years just to think of a new thing, nobody is thinking about them, because those are the ones who are going to open the horizon, for new opportunities. That is privatized. So many of them also do that to just get a certificate, and then after that they get promoted wherever they are going, and that thesis is shelved. Is shelved. Yeah.
It was for the purpose of getting this master's degree.
Yes. So if the universities ever are seen that they are the enablers, the drivers to economic and social transformation of the country, then one would see, we need to continue putting money here, because that's where jobs will be created from. Okay? So that has been the challenge of understanding what is university education for? Yes.
What about the university's mandate itself?
Yeah.
And I think that's where we are now. Looking at the government, looking at government and government processes and saying, okay, sure, universities, institutions of higher learning, then essentially would produce individuals who would then contribute to the workforce. So seeing that role being played, I mean, it's clear, I can see that. What about these institutions that stand on their own, whether they're backed by government or not, as then being entrenched as institutions that can actually contribute on their own, void of this government support? What's the role in making sure that when government comes, for example, and says, yes, we understand our role, but we just don't have enough to go around? What then? Where does the role of the institution then kick in? What can be done beyond the formula that you've so eloquently described for us? What would be the responsibility of university?
Oh well, the universities have a huge responsibility. Because they are the ones who ensure that they train good quality graduates who can now be what I'm talking about. They have been transformed to go to fit in the world of work, or even be able to initiate ideas before even they leave the university. The universities have a mandate to publish and disseminate that knowledge. Yeah, but that in many places, when you want to finance the universities, therefore, it is important also to think not only about the input, to also think about the output. Because the university professors drive themselves. Yeah, it's not like somebody who you hire to trim your fence or something. So you are the one responsible. So you come, you tell him you trim from here to there.
Yeah.
So when he comes, you find out, did you trim? He says, yes, I did. And after that, so I waited for you to come.
And tell me what to do next.
And tell me what to do next. Yeah. The university people, when you wake up in the morning, you plan what to do yourself. And after that, you measure yourself on what you have done. So there need to be systems on ensuring that we are measuring the output, so that now the university people are driven toward that.
What about the contribution to own source revenue?
Yes, that's the revenue. You can get several revenue streams. Yeah, like what we have now for fees for Module 2, who we admit. The attraction of research grants from all over the world. Yeah, there is also the issue of you can talk of the private public partnerships, and sometimes you come to get that kind of infrastructure. You can get even the industry, coming to put up establishment there. Let's say it's your drug company, and you come and put it next to the chemistry department, okay? So that there is a seamless operation between the industry and what the students are running. You benefit as a private investor, and the university students also benefit. So there are many opportunities. There's also philanthropy. Earlier this year I started the foundation, University of Nairobi Foundation, to bring in the issue of philanthropy. So we don't expect only government and to finance education.
Okay.
No. University professors know that even to reach that level, you have a responsibility to bring in resources. Yeah. Because you don't receive wages. Yeah. Because you worked and therefore no.
Yeah.
You get it. You bring resources yourself. Yeah.
So why is this not
why
happening?
is that not happening? Yeah.
No, it is happening to a large extent. It's happening to a large extent. Just recently, we had a group of professors, 2-3 who wrote a grant, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they got like $5 million, $1 million every year, to carry out research. The issue is about educating laboratory materials, paying for watchmen, paying for this. Who is supposed to pay this? The professor is thinking about in a different, looking for money for a different thing. The institution need to be guarded by the owners. And the owners is the government. who must protect the institution and ensure it remains at a standard. But once you have it, it's an environment for professors now to work and continue attracting funds to carry out research and to support postgraduate students to carry out their projects.
What's the ideal mix of the sources of revenue? From government doing what you're saying, pay for those administrative expenses, the power, security, and the rest, and then the university itself looking for money to finance everything else. What is the ideal mix? Is it government 20%, university 80%, or 50-50 or 60-40?
For now, what was agreed earlier is that government 80%. You get it, and then the rest is from household. The 20% part of it is household, and some part is university. That's what now is agreed upon. The only thing is that the government proportion has gone down to about somewhere 46%. Yeah,
and that is where the challenge is.
That's where the challenge is. Yeah,
you know, there's a citadel of knowledge where people are not just taught but encouraged to think along those lines. Essentially, the innovative mind that seeks to research and the benefits thereof. You see, I'm thinking of every time, say for instance, the government wants a certain concept proved, the first port of call would be the university, because that's where people are trained and that's where they understand. If the county government wants to understand, say something like its revenue stream and what they can do with the revenue collection, they'll go to the university, because that's where these disciplines are taught, and that's where you have people who actually understand it. Now, for me, there's a bit of a conundrum here when I look at a certain disconnect. When it comes to the management of the resources within our universities, where disciplines that teach these very things are, the professors who teach the leaders of industry that we even have in the country, tell me, Prof, how is it then that the resources we have at the university, minimal as they may be, why do we have this constant discussion of issues to do with the management of it? I'm framing my question well. Why do we have discussions around the management or the mismanagement of resources? And yet, the place where people, you could argue, are best skilled and have the best knowledge to handle such matters are the very institutions that have these problems.
Yes, actually, in many cases, you still find the university people going to solve many of those problems, but they go, in many cases, on a private capacity. So the University of Nairobi, some years back, decided to form the University of Nairobi Enterprises Fund, UNES.
Yes.
Where there was it was a very good idea that it will be an opportunity to form consortium of scholars to address those problems, and they are invited as consortium. But it did not pick very well. So we saw slightly the leadership shifting to service industry, maybe to get some restaurant or to do this, but not to go into that kind of idea. Because the professors, you see, I better just write this proposal alone on my own.
So individualism took over.
Yes, individualism took over. So we hope that we can get there, where we go as a consultant, and that the government continue to encourage this when they have their own work that need to be done, that the first point of call is university scholars. You get it? Because it's a government to government.
Right.
Yeah.
You know why I asked the question?
Yeah.
I look at this discussion we keep having, for instance, about power and the cost of it in the country.
Yeah.
And I look at the very many faculties of engineering that we have across the country. And I'm thinking, should the proof of some of these concepts we speak of be envisioned within the university itself? Say, for instance, we're talking solar. Shouldn't the entire campus that we have in town be run on solar energy, simply because we have people who are trained? And the very concept, when you talk about the concept, you say, okay, what we teach here,
cheaper, better, more efficient solar panels,
and
batteries.
And just in case you think that we're just talking about it, let us show you how it is that our own system works. We have a problem with something like brackish water or saline water, I refer now to the aquifer that was found in Sudan. Not Sudan, in southern Turkana, where we are told it has water capacity to supply Kenya for the next 70 years. Now, surely are we saying that these brains that we keep training to think and to innovate cannot come up with a simple concept of a desalination plant that can be used locally? We can. So, yes.
We can. Actually, sometimes we are not using the capacity that is in the universities the way we should. Because even on the case you mentioned, I was just recently talking to one of the people who was involved in that assessment, Professor Daniel Olago. And he actually told me that it's not even that amount, it's much less. Because that water is it's not a continuum, it is just in pockets, you know. So in the university, we have all that you need, that the country needs.
What do we need to unlock it? This is really my question.
The policy makers and those who are in leadership need to accept that fact first. So that now they draw from it. But so long as they continue to see it in terms of quick wins, where they want to create an image, maybe you cue people to give them bursaries, CDF, that kind of thing, is where the problem is. But if you draw from the university people, they will open up more opportunities for the country.
Don't you think, Professor, that this opportunity that our President, Dr. William Ruto, has opened up, provides this opportunity that we're talking about? Because if you're looking at the education system in entirety, if the education system cannot end up by providing the solutions that are localized that we need, then that education system is not useful. Okay? Now, presidential
Working party
task
education
force.
reform.
The task force is my addition.
Yes.
Okay.
Working party.
Yes. Prof, don't you think that the opportunity to set this thing that we're saying right arises from this working party that you have? Is it not the setup that can actually now put straight these things that we keep saying? Because the opportunity is there. You've been told, look at the entire system. You're not being told, look at primary school. The entire system, to university, to TV, you name it.
Yeah, we expect it's good. I think this was why maybe we were given 6 months to look into this matter. So we have the urgent matter now of this EBC and transition, but we have 6 months to deal with this problem. And the issue of university financing is one of the terms of reference. How to finance university research, how to finance university education, how to finance university training is one of the terms of reference. And we believe that by the time we are through, we should be able to give some paper that will help the country unlock this potential.
As we talk about the potential that's in the universities, like you said, potential in human resource, in knowledge, then one doesn't draw much confidence when you see the kind of financial problems that the same universities are grappling with. Universities are in the debts to the tune of how many billions? Your university, for instance, how much debt are you carrying today?
Maybe somewhere like 12 billion or thereabout.
Why?
It's historical, and I think I've been here before. I've explained it.
Is it the bulk of financial experts we have in this country went to government universities in this country? They may have gone and added more to their education, but they're here, taught by these same universities, and they provide serious solutions to enterprises even outside the country and in the world. Prof, the question we're asking is, this thing which is not beyond us, really, how do we unlock it so that we actually use this manpower that we have in such abundance that we even export?
To solve our own internal problems.
Because the factory where they're manufactured is here. The University of Nairobi is one such factory.
Yes. You know, as I was saying, that the University of Nairobi, and some of those things we are trying to solve them. You'll remember some of the things we have done. Particularly to try to cut on the costs. and also to try to increase the revenue. Because in 2017-2018, the capitation of the university was just dropped by about 1.7 billion, just like that. So the university ought, at that point, stood and said to adjust very quickly.
Yes, but they didn't.
But they didn't. So what they did was to say, "Oh, why did you cut our money? Why did you cut our money? Why did you cut our money?
Who moved the cheese and why did you take our cheese?" Prof, let's do the news, and then for a couple of minutes into the 8 o'clock hour, we talk about universities debt, extra sources of revenue for universities, and then this proposal on what to do with the fees.
Okay,
right? The money that should be coming to universities from households, as you call it.
Yes.
What do we do with it? Should it increase? Should the fees go up? Should they not go up? And then we'll also open up the phone lines and hear from what people are saying.
Well.
Professor Stephen Kiama, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, is our guest this morning. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Keep it here. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. A special committee will now be formed to investigate and issue a report on Kenya Airways and how to address the challenges it faces. Labour CS Florence Bore has said that they have agreed on strategies that will be put in place to address the challenges after the 3 days pilot strike that affected more than 12,000 travellers and caused the organisation to lose approximately 9 billion shillings.
The headlines were there by the two parties. I'm happy they've seen the reason to sit down and really talk. There was no need of going on strike. There was no need of creating losses in a company that really isn't doing well. So we want to say, let's dialogue.
Boris' statement has been emphasized by PS Tum, who has also said that an audit will be conducted in the organization to determine why it is constantly recording losses despite the government providing it with lots of public money.
We decided that we engage a multi-agency approach. Once and for all, deal with the issues of productivity. Why is Kenya Airways not making profits? Number two, why are the pilots complaining about management? Is there an inherent problem in the management of Kenya Airways that needs to be dealt with? And three, the welfare of the workers that are working, not only the pilots, but everybody else.
The two are speaking when they appeared before the Parliamentary Labour Committee that was investigating the essence of the pilot strike and the measures that will be put in place to find a permanent solution. According to Chairman of the Budget Committee of the National Assembly, Ndindi Nyoro, the government will have to find a different method to revive KQ, saying that the plan to give it money regularly without making it profit is hurting the Kenyan taxpayer.
My grandmother, who has never boarded a plane, possibly has never been inside any plane, has never flown to any destination, is made to pay taxes every year to support people who fly via KQ. When we talk about SOEs, we have to dig very deep because we cannot have SOEs that hemorrhage money. We must have SOEs that bring money to the basket. We must interrogate that matter because it is an issue that also has a segment in our budget making process.
In the 2021-2022 budget, KQ was allocated 36.6 billion shillings after recording a loss of 16.03 billion shillings during the financial year that ended in June this year. It should be noted that the government owns 48.9% of the shares in the corporation. Now, Jubilee legislators lost a battle in Parliament to have the name of the member added back to the PSC list. The lawmakers, led by Laikipia North Sarah Korere and the nominated MP Sabina Chege, blamed ODM of denying the member a chance. ODM's Okongo Mogeni took the chance of Isiolo Senator Fatuma Dulo, who was axed from the list.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hii imekuwa ni mazoea na tabia ambayo wamezoea ndugu zetu katika mrengo wa Azimio ambayo ni ODM kufanya siasa za udanganyifu Mheshimiwa Spika, kucheza siasa za ulaghai na usiasa za unafiki.
It is not that we are a small party or we quitting ourselves with ODM. We are in a mutual relationship. And we also are in a relationship that we demand respect. So Wiper got their share. And from here, Jubilee was supposed to get their share.
Jubilee members threatened to exit Azimio over the distribution of the slots. Now, a group of non-governmental organizations have teamed up to offer training to residents of Garissa Township constituency on the need to maintain peace during and after the mini-poll slated for January 5th next year. The mini-poll was occasioned by the naming of immediate former area member of Parliament Ednah as Defence Cabinet Secretary. AJAR Women for Peace Coordinator Hadija Ibrahim says the main objective of the initiative, dubbed Uchaguzi Bila Balaa, is to foster collaborative and inclusive community-led prevention of election-related conflicts in the cosmopolitan constituency ahead of the mini-poll. And Kahawa Law Courts has given the prosecution 21 days to continue detaining 8 of the 9 police officers from the disbanded Special Services Unit of alleged extrajudicial killings. Kahawa Law Courts Chief Magistrate Diana Oshashe directed that the 8 be held at Kilelesho Police Station and be taken to the National Forensic Laboratory for blood samples and DNA analyses. The 8 police officers who served in the Special Services Unit were arrested in connection with the disappearance of 2 Indians, and their driver will be then taken to the forensic lab for blood samples test and DNA sample analysis to aid in the investigations. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asata. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
There's a bit of a drizzle in certain parts of Nairobi that might slow things down as you're moving in and out of the city, but not too much. We were seeing that not too bad of a traffic situation on Jogoo Road, but that seems to be piling up some as you're getting to that City Stadium roundabout. Lunga Lunga is also pretty busy. Likoni is free and clear. You'll be able to connect with the Southern Bypass without too much of an issue this morning, so you want to take advantage of that. We saw some movement on Outer Ring, and that was coming off North Airport Road, but that's all right now. If you're heading in that direction and wanted to use a quicker route to get towards the Thika Superhighway, you can use North Airport Road now. That is not looking too bad. Coming out of Westlands, also pretty busy as you get towards James Gishuru. Not bumper to bumper, so you're okay. Crossing over to Wayaki Way and then out towards Red Hill Link Road into all this Nyeri, Gigiri, Kitisuru, all those places. I've seen a place called Thidigwa. Something like that. Not too bad. Doing traffic this morning. Going to come out on Kiambu Road and then also through Limuru Road, which is also quite busy this morning. Keep an eye on things, guys. Where are you stuck? If you're not stuck, let us know that too. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start
It's
your day.
8 after 8 on 11/11/22. Kenya's biggest conversation gets into the third hour. Today is the second day of the Italian Cuisine Week, right? And the Italian Cuisine Week started yesterday, Prof. It goes on for 10 days until the 20th. People in Malindi and Watamu are seeing tuk-tuks, which are carrying Italian cuisine items. They stop it, they ask, what is it? They're told.
Taste and see that Italia is good.
In Nairobi, go to any restaurant this week, and they're doing a competition for the best
Tiramisu.
To the what?
Tiramisu.
There you go. This man here, Prof, he went to an event yesterday where he sampled some of the best Italian cuisine. And he was there with the Italian ambassador to Kenya, hobnobbing with the top shots. Tell us about it. So how was it?
So long as you don't ask me to name what I ate. Because I may mention what I think is what I ate, and then I'll be talking about something completely different.
Describe it. Describe the things that you saw there.
Well, something I can speak with confidence, pasta. That much I understand, I even know.
Which pasta?
Which pasta?
Pasta who?
See, now this is the thing. See,
all your problems you sent to the cross of Christ?
There's a problem.
Spaghetti.
No.
Macaroni. Fettuccine.
Yes.
Lasagna.
No, don't go that far because now I'm confused.
Macaroni.
It's the bigger size spaghetti.
Macaroni.
Yes, those ones were there.
Those ones were there, yes. Then there was Italian ugali.
Ugali.
Ugali, yes, it's called polenta. Ugali, I mean it made maize flour, it's ugali. Not served the way we serve it, but
is
it's
it
ugali.
as hard as ours? Or is it like the Zambia's one?
No, it's reasonably firm. It's not porridge, nani.
Not pap.
It's not pap, okay?
It's proper ugali.
It's proper ugali.
Right.
And then there were other things that I cannot mention. Because I don't know the name. But there were some rice balls. Now, this is the thing about being a Kenyan. Me, I thought they were meatballs.
Alafu?
Then I took a bite and I said, this meat tastes...
Remember the proverb from yesterday?
This thing tastes like rice. Then there were wines. There was an aperitif. I was then being schooled. I was told this one you drink before you have a meal. It helps with the appetite. It's a mixture of this and this and this. I said, very good. Then came to the wines and I was being told there is the light wine. I said, what makes it light? Again, I don't know much about wines. I was asking. I was told, no. It's also something you drink before a meal. I said, okay. And then after that, said there's a full-bodied one. I said, now you've got me confused. At what point does the body become full?
After you drink a whole bottle.
So I was told, no. Full-bodied means it's a maturer wine. I said, okay, it has aged. Bless you, Eric. So anyway, it was good.
Yes. It was a lovely event.
It was a lovely event, and some of the owners of the restaurants who are participating in this competition were also there.
Right.
We also had the Utali College. There's an association of chefs in the country, and the person who I think heads it was also there. I think the director in charge of Utali was also there.
Did you have the tiramisu?
Is it possible?
He probably did.
He probably did, and he thought it was ugali.
No. Tiramisu, I asked you about it, and he told me it had coffee in it. That ugali didn't have coffee in it.
Okay, so that one didn't...
I know what coffee tastes like. No, but I didn't have dessert. I'm not really big on dessert. And tiramisu is a dessert. Yes. See, that much I know.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Now tell us today's proverb.
Well,
reading from your Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra.
You know, this tablet is so good looking. Sometimes you just want to look at it. Okay? But the truth of the matter is that I know this proverb off head, so I don't even need to read it.
Okay.
If a sheep wants to grow a long horn, it must have a strong skull.
If a sheep wants to grow a long horn, it must have a strong skull.
Yes. Though on the other hand, when you read it from the tablet, because of the clarity of this particular screen,
skull becomes head.
Well, yeah, it's actually nicer to read as opposed to my handwriting, which even confuses me sometimes. Yes.
All right, we continue the conversation with Professor Stephen Kema from the University of Nairobi. The issues around university fees, and now yesterday we saw something else in the papers about university entry cutoff points. That one of the ways that university dons are actually thinking of, being able to raise sufficient funds to run the universities is number one, you increase the fees. And then number two, you also reduce the number of students that you take into the university by saying, these are the available slots that we have, and we're only going to take students to fill the slots available. If those students are all A students, so be it. This thing of saying C-, go to university does not work for us. Are you in that same school of thought?
Yes, very good. Because this build up on what we were talking about before. The issue of one of the things was that reduction of capitation. Now, the issue of the number of students qualifying to enter higher education and the NEC treatment of that is something that is going to cause us a problem, big problem as a country. Those basic exams, when those people do them, the main purpose is to know who is talented for what. It is not an absolute knowledge kind of thing. Okay? So, but since about 2016, 2017, NEC decided to fail everyone in the country. So today, the mode is D-, where you have the most students.
Yeah.
What are we doing for our children? That is something that ought to be discussed. This thing of, C plus is not a magic number. It's just, C plus is just a middle number. The grading, when you start from A plus to E.
The middle is C plus.
The middle is C plus. So and that is why I think even this new curriculum is talking about outstanding or
excelling.
They are talking about those grades. So that is just a middle number. But now, to shift that, for a population, you have 1 million people, and you shift the middle this way, you get it, into a failure. It can only be the teachers who are that bad. It's not true. It's not possible. 2016, we had like about 35% of students who had 35% and above. When there was that interference, that number dropped to about 10%. You get it? Such that we ended up with more capacities in the universities than those who qualify to join universities. Yeah. You go to most countries out there. You can, Israel and most of the Nordic countries, the percentage of people who have attained university education or tertiary education is about 60%. How do we have a population where only about 10% can attain because of the grades they have? It's not possible. Unless you had a calamity, a bomb, it is bad. That is something ought to be changed. It's not about shifting C plus or anything. There must be moderation. The exam must, after they are done, you must draw the appropriate curves and be able to get who are in this quartile, so that you know who can now be able to go and do engineering, who can go and do medicine. Okay? But not to condemn everybody. We have seen, let's say, these teachers training colleges, TTCs. Because of that, and some other thing that came that everybody must get C plain and C in math, C in this. Many of them have no students, very few students, and they have teachers, and we are spending money.
And this is because not many students have qualified.
Yes, because we decided we decided as a country, as we did not go through that system, we decide now from today, everybody must fail. And you have condemned that person cannot go to India now, cannot go to Makerere,
cannot go anywhere.
Cannot go anywhere because you have given them this. So that, I think as a country, we must say no. And that is the role of NEC. Obviously, the debate that came is, they were cheating, that's why they were passing. 1 million people, then you have everybody fails. Now, when you remove cheating, what kind of thing is this?
Professor,
yes,
you have a valid point.
Yes.
But if you recall, it was preceded by a time where the complete opposite was seen, where you would find The pass mark, almost everybody is getting a B and an A, and you're wondering,
Yes.
how is it also possible
Yeah.
for everyone to do this?
Yeah.
And the word you use is the moderation.
Yes. Yeah.
When you set the exam,
Yeah.
are you telling us that the exam was set in such a way that everyone who sat for it, or virtually everybody, either failed or everybody passed? And as you say correctly, it is not possible.
It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. So you must, when you have the population is a million people, you must have the CAF, yeah, and you must have the 50% must be this way. 50% cannot be in the failure side, because now you have like about like last year, out of about 800 and something, maybe about 130, 135 are the ones who got C plus.
Yeah.
That means from middle, because I say C plus is middle.
Yeah.
So it means about 600 are below
the C minus.
Yes.
Yeah.
How can you have that kind of thing in a population? That is not does not produce a population thing, because there's a random. You know, population is a random thing. It is not people you selected to give exam.
You know,
get it.
If we took that notion even to be true,
yeah.
then, and one got granular, then you would ask, okay, so these schools where people did not do well, where are they domiciled? And why is it? Because that large number raises very many questions. I'm just saying, this is one other question it raises. Why were these students not able to actually comprehend what was required of them in this exam?
You can't have over 60% of people not attaining.
And and wouldn't there be an overriding determining factor as to why? Or even if it was a combination of factors, was there something wrong with the teaching method? Was there something on the other side with the comprehension factor? Is there adequate due diligence being done to find out the reasons why? Because 60% is a huge number.
It's a big, and you know, the thing is, if you come from basic education, you come to do veterinary medicine, for example. When you come to do veterinary medicine, we don't ask you for anything you learned before. Where we start you, and the university starts you from scratch. Yeah. So all those things we do about the muscles and the naming of the muscles and the organs and the cells.
Anatomy.
Yes, those things you have not done them. You have not done them.
You haven't done them in secondary school.
So we just want to know, do you have capacity to comprehend? So it's not absolute knowledge you bring to the university. So the thing for that exam is just to know who has capacity for comprehension. Yeah.
How has that affected the universities?
It has affected.
This journey from 2016.
It has affected because all the students who now get the C plus and above get automatic entry to the universities. They are awarded scholarships by government. In fact, they don't even feel the capacities that exist. We have higher capacities in the university than that. Those who get C plus and above, yes.
Is that not a strange thing?
Yeah.
You would think there'd be overcrowding in universities.
I would think there'd be more demand than supply. Here we're talking about there's more supply than demand.
Yes.
Very strange.
Yeah. But it is just because of that twinkling of ensuring everybody fails. And they only a few. You open a door or a few. The problem is that all these others, you close them. Even they cannot, even getting out of the country to go and say they went to school.
They cannot.
What certificate are you producing? Give us your certificate, D minus. So somebody thinks that you cannot understand anything. When you are a bright fellow, even before they did that, you cannot tell in the Kenyans here, those who are given, those they say they cheated, that they have failed to do the work, that the country is worse. The country is going to be worse in the future if we continue with that trend, because we are in a global arena. So we cannot have a possibility of condemning a big population like that, that you deny them opportunities to progress or to acquire knowledge. Because when you acquire university knowledge, diploma knowledge, and all that, you are now able to address your own issues and the country issues. But now when you push everybody back this way, because you are focusing on just a few who can access university. But the neighboring country is not doing that.
So people are moving to
the other country, because before, people would go, because you have the qualifications, you would go to India, many people would go to here. But now where would you go with the D- now?
Nowhere. So am I hearing you to say, Prof, that also because of that policy and that grading by NEC, you receive fewer students at the university, less than the capacity that you have? That also means that you're receiving less capitation. That also means that the money that then you need to run the university, because you still have to have security guarding the entire facility, and you have fewer students, you don't have sufficient money.
Yes.
This is one of the causes of the financial problems.
Yes, and also there is the pool, from the pool now for Module 2, to come for Module 2 to pay.
You also don't have people that you can admit to the university.
To Module 2, yeah.
From the self-paying students.
From self-paying students, because where are they? Yeah. University of Nairobi at least is able to get quite a number because of the status. Okay? But for the very young universities, it's very difficult. Yeah.
What's the solution to this?
First, we must ensure that when the exams are done, they are moderated. Yeah? And you must get a generator number curve. Yeah? And the people, you must have the extreme this side, you must have extreme this side, you have a middle thing. And so that progressively we can be able to get about 50%, 60% of our students, of our young people being able to have an opportunity to access university education. If they wish to. You get it? But it should not be condemned to be closed by the C+, and then you ensure everybody C+. So that must be a deliberate thing. And that decision need to be made like yesterday. Yeah.
Fees for universities. Do they need to be raised?
Fees do not need, it depends on what you are talking about. Whether you are talking about the fees from household.
Yes.
Yeah? If you're talking from household.
That's what people call fees.
Oh, yes, what they call fees. That's what I wanted to see. There's one important thing that everyone need to realize, that we should not shut out good talents and not give them opportunities to be nurtured, to serve the country because of issue of money. That should not be. So as a people, we must see how everyone should be able to access university education. That is how even the very developed countries have done. So they have different methods. They will say, you get a loan. And there is a way you get a loan and you pay when you begin working. Yeah. And in some places, like I think it's either Britain or something, they say you pay when you start working, but only when you begin earning beyond this amount. Okay? Yeah. So there is nowhere I know where they say, oh, if you don't have money, you cannot go to university. No. University, you should, because that's where you want to nurture that best engineer. You lose them, you just get only those who have money.
Sure. But, and so
what kind of thing is this?
Even when we talk about the increment of fees,
Yes.
when last year we saw that, students did start to complain that, we're looking at double, triple the amount that they were being asked to pay for a year.
Yeah.
And maybe the uncomfortable question is, what is wrong with charging for a university education?
No,
what is wrong with that?
You must charge. You must charge. But then where does one get that money from? Okay, that is the issue now. So you must provide, you charge, but then you provide where that money is going to come from. That money can come from bursaries, can come from scholarships, can come from grants, and it can come from loans. Charging, yes, you must do, because you must know what is the cost of doing medicine.
Training this.
What is the cost of doing law?
What is the value, later on of having that certificate with you?
Yes, for 4 years, if you train law for 4 years, how much will it cost? So there must be a charge. That is the charge. But now, where do you draw that money from? That's why I'm saying it can come from scholarships. It can come from bursaries. It can come from grants. It can come from loans.
Prof, I am of the view that there is nothing wrong in raising university fees.
Yes.
Because we did just a brief comparison of what it is. If you're looking at, say, national schools, you look at the county, even extra country schools, and what is charged for the day schools, for the boarding school, for the year. Believe me, the university charges less. Yes, I'm simply saying that parents struggle, yes, but if parents struggle to pay fees in secondary school, I didn't see that big a difference. Again, depending on the courses that one wants to take at the university. Not everyone will be able to afford it, but that is where now the schemes that assist, the loans, the grants, that's where they come in.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because I think the idea, we're not developed to the point where we can tell our people, university education will be free for everybody. We haven't gotten there. And even in the so-called developed countries, those that offer free education for their citizens are few. The majority pay. But and in those countries, those who have the means pay more, a lot more, than the ones who don't have. So the issue of payment, in my view, the discussion should not be around people not paying. No, it should be, these are the fees, but let's find ways of making sure that those who are able or want to study and have the gift do not get shut out.
Yeah, but you saw during the interviews of cabinet secretaries, you saw some of the figures that came out, But you know that the son or the daughter of any of those who are in the top
top earners, or top
those
wealthy.
who mentioned the highest figures, when they come to the university, they will be asked to pay the same fees.
Yes.
It doesn't matter who you are.
Like you are, son or daughter. You get it? Doesn't matter who you are. So those are the things that we have to think about. You get it? That's why we need to say, this is a cost. Yeah. Then after that, we decide, how do you access the money? It could be from your pocket. Yeah. It could be a grant given by government. It could be a scholarship. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It could be this or the other.
Yes.
But first, so we must have a proper assessment, but not saying everybody this. But we have to agree first as a people that nobody should be denied university education because of money. That we needed to see so that we begin to put systems in place. You see, like now, University of Nairobi, I instructed the dean of students, like when we are admitting students, just be there on the ground when those parents are reporting. Pick those who cannot afford. We will pay for them. And we do that. There are those who come, they just show up. And it is that 1,000, 20,000, they don't have it. Completely. And he investigates and finds they don't have it. And we say, no, to go to class. We will, within the university system, we will pay. Others, we get scholarships from other people, like from the Chinese ambassador scholarships, from different places. But we tell, first, let them go to class. We will sort them out. So you cannot have a system where you don't have money, go away. Myself, when I was taken to school, my mother did not have money. No. She just showed up. And the headmaster there said, are you serious? Are you a serious person? That's what the mother said. I mean, she said,
it must be a joke.
It must be a joke. Because she just showed up with me there and they said, we had another child who were taking to secondary and now I don't have the money. I'll look for the body. It is reporting day. Yeah. But do you know, that headmaster, after he looked, he said, no, just get it. Those days we used to get uniform from school and the other.
School. It was available.
You get it?
School, yes.
So after the headmaster says yes, you go like any other child, you are given uniform. Like any other.
You become a normal student.
You become a normal student. In fact, when I was vice chancellor, when I became the vice chancellor, that principal, the headmaster, now he moved on, he's doing business. He came to my office. I asked him to come. We had a chat. He said, I reminded him what he did. So that's what I'm saying. No. We must, as a people, say, no, we cannot throw out talents because of measuring in terms of whether you have money. We must have systems to say, this one has money, this one has to pay. This one has a potential, we will give them loan,
they will repay.
They will repay. Like that. We must have systems. Yeah. But we must think as a people and decide on that one. Because if we continue the way we are saying that everybody just have to pay because we continue to have more and more private universities and all that, then soon, with the time, they will be selected. The children will be selected from certain families. You get it?
Certain social class.
They are such a social class, are the ones who are going to attain university education. They are the ones who are going to occupy those positions. They are going to make decisions for everybody else. Yeah, with that thinking, within no time, some good brains are just thrown away. Just thrown away. No, that one we must resist as a people. Yeah.
We want to hear from you now. From when you open the phone line 0719012600. Professor Kema has told us very many things, and especially now in university education. This is about how we finance universities. This is about how we admit students into universities, and also how universities are managed so that they are able to manage their costs and to operate in a good way. We want to hear from you. Let's take a quick break at 26 minutes to 9. Professor Stephen Kema, Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. You have a meeting you want to go to? Yes, because we want to open the phone lines as we say goodbye to you.
Actually, today we are having a town hall meeting at Taiva Hall. That's where
for the working
party, all the people in Nairobi who want to say something about education, they are converging there. So I'm heading there now. And then after that, I head to Thika. We have another town hall meeting there.
It's busy days, eh?
Yes.
Very busy days.
Yes.
Prof, we thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you for, just shedding the light on everything that you've done in terms of our education, the education system that we have, management of our education, and everything else. You'll be hearing on your way to town hall what the people will be saying after.
Excellent.
They'll be calling in. They'll be calling in.
Yes.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Time for that break at 25 minutes to 9 as you say goodbye to Professor Stephen Kema. We'll open the phone lines after the break. 0719-012-600.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulu, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together,
got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord. Thank you very much. I've earned another title today, this morning at SpiceFM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody was to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do. Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so we're looking at Nairobi still with cloudy conditions at 17, highs of 24 and lows of 16. We'll see 16 and sunny conditions in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14. 21 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's raining at 16 and mostly cloudy. In Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 12. 27 and raining in Mombasa, highs of 31. And we'll see highs of 31 as well in a cloudy Malindi at 29. It's 23 and raining in Kisumu, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 28 as well in Kakamega. 20 and rainy in Kampala, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 31 in Dar es Salaam, where it's raining at 28. 16 and rainy conditions in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 14, and yes, you guessed it, raining as well in Lagos at 24. Kinshasa's following, 23, raining, highs of 29 and lows of 22.
This is Double O Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guest.
If COVID could mutate and evolve 6 times over the last 2 years, how many versions of yourself have emerged in the last 2 years?
Do not, and you don't have to give anything to get ahead. All you have to do is give out and show out your talents.
Catch Double O Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m. on SpiceFM.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is one of the best ways to spend a Saturday.
All right, still looking at traffic situation through the Nairobi. It's actually not too bad. Looking at outbound traffic, and this is outbound from Nairobi itself. We have some traffic moving westerly direction, but it's not going to be anything that will not be able to manage. We've seen some traffic on North Airport Road. We're looking at Mombasa Road, then going out to the city, and it's still doing that bumper-to-bumper thing, and it's coming off of Cabanas, going out towards General Motors. After General Motors, you'll be all right. Enterprise not looking bad either. There's a back way into the city. And also on Joggo Road, going out then towards Landis, a bit of an issue here and there. But we should be all right, really. It's not been too bad a day in terms of traffic. Let's take a look in about half hour or so and see what it looks like then. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues. Professor Kiama was very refreshing in what he was saying, right? Anthony Mwangi says Professor Kiama is a classic example of how education can transform the way we perceive the world. Agree with that, City?
That last bit where he told us his own personal story, says it all. Someone who looked and said, fine, you don't have the means, it doesn't matter. You're here. And you're here because you passed your exams. Please learn, we will figure out how else you're going to pay school fees. Yes.
Access to education as a basic right.
Yes, as a basic right.
For basic education. Let's go to the phone line, 0719-012-600. Mohammed in Mwakijembe.
Assalamu alaikum muungwana.
Alaikum salam, Mohammed.
Eric, bwana muungwana wako umeanza kupungua. Kidogo naanza kupungua manake ahadi ni deni, na deni iko na option mbili, aidha kulipa au kuhepa.
Ednah ndio si muungwana.
Wajua
Ednah anasikiza sana kuangalia. Tulikuambia vizuri, Ednah atakupigia simu. Sasa Ednah
nangojea usiku na mchana lakini sipati simu.
Ndio huyo anasema leo ndio huyo hapa anasema hati leo nitampigia simu. Haya Ednah, umesikia?
Mimi nafurahia sana msimamo wenu.
Asante Mohammed.
As I want to contribute to today's discussion or this conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
Bwana profesa yuko hapo, nimsalimie.
Ameenda mkutano.
Mimi nilikuwa nafikiri tutakuwa tuna interact na yeye kidogo kuchangia mambo hapo.
Ameenda kuchukua maoni ya wananchi.
Sasa si mimi ni mwananchi nikiwa hapa Mwakijembe.
Kabisa.
Nimempatia ujumbe. Waswahili wasema samaki mkunje angali mbichi. Na mdeavyo ndivyo akuavyo. If you can inculcate and instill academia in these brains of our kids, from ABCD 1 to 3 mpaka he ends up to become a big professional. Lakini something lacking is these moral values. You have engineers where bridges are falling down, structures are collapsing, human beings suffering in hospital with doctors who have taken oath in saving humanity, but their priority is different. It's all because lack of moral values. If they can work on this task force or work office or work whatever they call it, they should think about these moral values. You have to inculcate in this small, the kid, as you teach him from early childhood, he can pick up that habit. The other day, mwalimu hapo aliongea how we can we can put ideas and talents in kids from early child, and then they end up becoming professionals. The only aspect which we don't want to inculcate in kids is moral values. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba sana kama hiyo atasikiza profesa
anasikiza
wakati wanachangia baada ya education system, hiyo moral values lazima waweke ndani. Asante sana sir.
Asante, ujumbe umemfikia. Thank you Mohammed. Kuria in Nyeri, good morning.
Morning guys, how are you?
Very well.
Good. First of all, on the university thing, I tend to somehow be congruent with Professor Kiama. He is a mind of consolidated intellect. Where am I coming to? First of all, for you to exceed, these people who excel so much, or these universities that excel so much, like the Cape Towns, the Texas universities, it is because they do the simple things, but in a unique and an excellent manner. When coming to that, on the grades of who can enter into university, we need to institutionalize the TVETs, the colleges, such that we just get the people who want to go to the university. In fact, a research, you can bear me witness, a recent research that was done shown that these guys who get out of colleges are at a better advantage of getting jobs out there rather than the graduates themselves. Not so. So now this brings me now to the question of the university, of the leadership of the university at large. You see, my friend City there, I tend to differ with him that we should increase, maybe we increase the school fees or even continue funding the universities. Eric, kindly answer me to this question. Why do you have around 2,000 acres of idle land, yet we have the best human resource capital and the land is there? Have we ever asked ourselves questions? Why is it that they don't have a strategic plan whereby if it is the school of medicine, we can get the guys from the lab and the industrial chemistry and we come up producing our own insulin in the country of Kenya by the name of university called C.T. Muga University? Why is it up to now we don't even... sorry. Why is it now we don't even have any university that has come up with the production of hydropower or even solar power in Turkana, such that we sell that to the grid, and that university is even listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange or even in the New York Stock Exchange. You see, that is where you come between fixed mindset versus a changeful mindset. I mean, a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. A fixed mindset knows that I'll get funding, but a growth mindset has to set a strategic plan. We have idle land. I will not lie to you. Me in my village here in Nyeri, I normally say there. I stopped. I got lost in Nairobi. I had to come back in the village and start farming. But now my sheep, I will not lie to you. I'm looking for a doper or a breed of doper. I've gone to all these agriculture institutes. There is none that has an ewe. Do you call them a lamb or an ewe? There is none that has the male Hampshire of pure breed. Where are we heading to? Lastly, I think the university we need to change the mindset. Are we making the roads for our students and our brothers and sisters, or are we making our brothers and sisters preparing them to make roads better, such that they will make the roads themselves in future? Makijembe has just said there, what values are we growing? That is the mindset that you should have with us. And you see the good thing with City there, he has come up with today's proverb. I don't know whether he was pregnant with Professor Kiama coming to the broadcast today. He has stated well, horns are directly proportional to the size of the skull. So our graduates are directly proportional to the foundations that they got from the universities, guys.
Thank you, Kuria.
Have a nice day, you guys, Bana.
You too. George God seems to agree with him as well. George God says on Facebook, universities are stuck in dogmatic thinking. Dan in Ruai.
Yes, how are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Changia mchango wako.
My question is now, the university education now is a limitation to a few people. If you don't have money in Kenya, it's not easy to access the education. A good example is me. I scored a B minus in my KCSE exams. I went to Kenya Polytechnic where I did some accounts, but I was not able to secure a job. I didn't finish the accounting because I didn't have money, enough money. But a friend of mine connected me to a pharmaceutical company where I was working as a sweeper, as a cleaner. So after that, I learned on how to dispense medicine and such. Now I'm dispensing. But I don't have that knowledge from school about dispensing. But I've ended up learning in job till now. Now I've even trained a number of people who have come from KMTC, from Nairobi University itself, pharmacists who come from there. They come to the shop I just train them. Up to now, I dispense nicely.
So you have the skill.
I've learned. Now I've got the skill in job, but not in school.
So when you went to Kenya Polytechnic, this is a technical university, right?
Yes.
Were you admitted into a degree course?
I was admitted for ATC. That's intermediate account, ATC level 1 and level 2. I was never able to proceed to CPA 1 or CPA 2 because of the financial issues.
From KUSIPS, did you get admission to university because of your? You said you got a B plus?
B plus.
B minus. I got a B minus.
Did you get admission to university?
No, I just applied. I didn't get the chance.
You were not called for any course whatsoever?
I was not called with any course whatsoever. I just, as a keyword, I just with my brother who took me the Kenya Polytechnic where I did some ATC, the intermediate account, level 1 and level 2.
Which you were also not able to finish because of
I was not able to because of the school fees now, yes.
Okay.
But when I got in that job of a cleaner, since I was a fast learner, I'm a fast learner actually, I learned in job by 1 year, and I was able to know all types of medicine on how to be administered in job, asking, learning journals, going through the internet.
So are you interested now in studying?
Yes, I did get that just because when I tried to apply for the diploma for pharmacy now, I didn't mind to get a C plus in English, the English subject.
So the subject clusters now also lock you out?
Yes.
Okay, we hear you done. Thank you. Let's hear from others as well. Humphrey is at the University of Nairobi. Humphrey, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for calling in, Humphrey.
Humphrey, student leader from the University of Nairobi. I'm happy to hear my professor, my VC at SpiceFM. Okay, now mine was University of Nairobi is well known for academic research and innovation. And in 2021, we stormed the roads when the VC announced that the University of Nairobi has raised the fees. And without conducting public participation, as now seen by the presidential party, which they have moved to 47 counties conducting the public participation. And at the end, I think they're going to make the conclusion to the president. And now, so when, for me, also I scored a B minus, but I didn't got a direct entry to the university. But I had to go through a TVET to do a CPA. Then I landed myself. I realized I got myself to the University of Nairobi. That is. And when I was admitted as a module 2 student, by then they used to pay 572,000. And we had to differ with the Prof Kiasi because when we asked the Prof, how comes we are paying 572 and now we are fighting for our assistance for our children who are going to come back to the University of Nairobi. And now they had to increase the fee from 572 to 961. That is the BCom for the Module 2 without public participation.
So what would you like to see? You want to see public participation before fees are raised?
Is increased.
Okay.
Yes. Before fee is increased, public participation is a key thing. It means when you are going to increase the fee, then it means education will remain for the rich and luxurious class of the people, unlike the poor people. Where do you want them to go?
Okay, Humphrey. Thank you. We hear you. We have other callers on the line. Vita is in Meru. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you?
How are you? I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
The professor, I know is not around,
Yes.
but I just wanted to hear from him, point blank, what they are doing, because I've seen many of the children who come from background, when they manage to get even A, they have one who got A minus, and this girl wanted to go for medical. But when she was admitted to something, I don't know, it was not what she had dreamed. And this girl got first. And the father had to suffer some kind of psychological torture because the child did not want to go to do whatever the University of Nairobi was giving under the Kiama, was offering that child. Thank God that the child father to maneuver the other means, and the child now is doing medical. But Nairobi University under Kiama was very.
But Vita, this sounds like an issue with.
The child, when that Faculty of Agriculture said I applied for this one, I don't know who is in charge of medical, whatever. That faculty, they never even listened to the father of that child. Imagine what are they doing? At least to encourage somebody who has done everything to realize the dream. Because if I wanted to be a doctor, I've done everything to get the A. But when I go there, they are offering another course. What are they doing? What is a professor? I see who is very up there.
Okay. We're not understanding each other. I think he's just going on. Jerry in Nairobi, good morning.
Good morning, Latif. How are you?
Very well.
Yeah, I've just been listening to your conversation with the professor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I have a first-hand experience with Kenyan universities. I did my undergraduate in South Africa. I'm at a level where I can do a comparison between, because right now I've been undertaking my master's in one of the Kenyan universities.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great concern because when we joined the coursework, I think we were around 50 of us. But after the coursework, you realize that when you start your thesis and your project, there's a lot of disconnect between the supervisors and the person who is supervising you for the thesis. Because you find that the rate of the people who complete the coursework is probably 90% thereabout. But when you get to thesis or projects, they start dragging, and you ask the supervisor, what is the reason as to why you're not able to be consistently taking me through up to the end? Because you realize the people who are completing the coursework, the percentage of the people completing the coursework versus the ones who go through to graduation, there's quite a huge disparity. And if you look deeply into it, you find that the lecturers look like they're demoralized because one of the supervisors outrightly told me, we are not funded. We are not, it's like they really are not interested in doing anything out of the heart of, they want to get the students through to graduation. So there's a lot more than just funding of the universities.
Okay.
So this is a discussion that I think needs to take a different perspective because funding is one thing, but now what is the quality of education that is being offered?
At the institution.
So I think it's a deeper discussion because Right now, I've taken like 7 years to complete my master's that should have taken 2 years.
Wow.
It's quite discouraging.
Oh.
You find like the lecturers, I'm doing a thesis in cybersecurity and data protection regulations. They really don't have any knowledge in such kind of areas. These are the areas that this is a new frontier that you should be taking your students through.
Are you able to change your supervisors?
You know, there's a lot of, that's why I'm saying there's more than meets the eye, because if you decide to change the supervisor, you actually will never graduate because there's a lot of politics in it as well.
So you're
It's
saying
quite a challenge.
there are more underlying issues here, Jerry?
There are more underlying issues. I think they need to do a proper audit of how the quality of education, you know, you can fund the universities, but inside there's a lot of fraud that needs to be looked into.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for all the calls this morning. In the next hour, we shift the conversation to cancer. The burden of cancer on households in Kenya, we know it's very high. We want to hear from somebody who is a cancer warrior and a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association. Her name is Rachel Kitonyo. She will be joining us from 9 a.m. to have that conversation as well. It's Healthy Friday. It's Friday. A very good morning to you. Now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Greater South Member of Parliament, John Kerry, wants Parliament to compel road contractors to replace any tree harvested during road construction upon completion of the project. In a motion filed in Parliament, the second-time lawmaker also seeks to have the government include a component of tree planting in all road network designs. In advocating for the motion, the lawmaker argued that Article 42 of the Constitution accords every person and person the right to clean and healthy environment, and Article 69(1)(d) also mandates the state to encourage public participation in the management, protection and conservation of the environment. The motion comes at a time there has been a huge uproar over tree harvesting for road construction and expansion, with the case in point being the recent construction of the expressway in Nairobi. And the Catholic bishops have called on leaders in the country to put in place measures that will help the millions of Kenyans who are suffering from hunger. The bishops who met in Mombasa on the state of the nation have raised serious concerns about the rise in the cost of living and called on Parliament to enact laws that will lead to a drop in the prices of basic goods in the country.
We are concerned about the high cost of living in the country and the increased burden it is placing on the people. The price of essential household items such as maize flour, cooking oil, rice, cooking gas, electricity, among others, continues to be way above the reach of ordinary Kenyans, leaving millions struggling to put food on the table. The cost of fuel has also continued to rise every month, contributing further to the increase in the price of essential goods and services. We particularly single out the taxes imposed on the basic commodities.
In addition, they have touched on the effects of the drought that affects more than 4 million Kenyans and said there is need for strategies to deal with climate change, such as planting seedlings, preventing damage to water sources, and using safe energy.
The current drought situation in the country has now reached a crisis level. The consequent famine is regrettable and unacceptable. This calls for urgent and decisive actions from all actors. The pertinent issue of climate change has to be faced
and tackled squarely by all. Our concern for the environment and climate change is propelled by the encyclical letter Laudato Si of Pope Francis. We encourage the government to heighten its commitment to environmental issues. Our leaders should be deliberate in the war against use of plastics, which lead to degradation of the environment, pollution of our rivers, and charcoal burning, which results in the destruction of trees.
They've also called on the elected leaders to fulfill the promises they made during the general election campaign that ended in favor of Kenyans.
We invite you, Kenyans, to pray for our government. We know where we came from, and our leaders who have been elected and selected and appointed, so that they may be faithful to the high calling they have received. May they always be conscious of their role as stewards of the well-being of people and the nation of Kenya.
And 8 cases of cholera have been reported in Machakos County, resulting in the ban of hawking food. County Health CEC Daniel Yumbia says the ban will be reviewed in 2 weeks' time, and those found disobeying it will be arrested.
I hereby wish to invoke Public Health Act and ban food hawking in Machakos County outlets within the counties, sub-counties within the next 2 weeks. We shall review the process after 2 weeks because prevention is better than cure. And therefore, our public health officers have been instructed to go to the ground and ensure that any person caught selling food from this minute onwards is brought to book.
This as the Nakuru County Government, through the Public Health Department, banned the hawking of fish on the Nairobi-Nakuru Highway as a way of dealing with cholera outbreak in the neighbouring counties of Kiambu and Nairobi. Naivasha Public Health Officer Margaret Wainaina said those selling food in forbidden areas would face legal action. And a man was killed by mob justice in Murang'a County, Gatanga, after he allegedly killed a mother of 3. The man is said to have been in a relationship with the woman who had separated with her husband. According to witnesses, the man followed the woman to her place of work and slashed her head out. Angry residents, on being informed of what he had done, turned to him and beat him to death. Police have launched investigations into the matter as they urge the public to cease taking action in their hands. This is Newswire. Dennis Asata, good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, traffic hasn't been too much of an issue this morning. We're looking at a little bit of it still coming off of the Thika Superhighway, but it should take you into the CBD without too much of a headache right about now. Gong Road looked really good the whole of today. Well done, Gong Road. 3 stars for you. What's coming out of Westlands is not too bad right now. We're also looking at traffic coming off of Limuru Road in a not too terrible way. James Gishuru also getting on to Wayaki Way. Again, we'll hand over some of the stars we gave to Westlands to you. Let's look through the next half hour or so and see what that looks like. SpiceFM KE on Twitter this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day. It is 7
minutes after 9. We are on to the final hour of The Situation Room this week. It's the 11th day of November 2022. Still, a date is just, there'll never be another date like this. 11/11/22.
11 plus 11 is 22.
Imagine.
11 plus 11 is 22. Isn't it just?
Yes. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. We have a guest in the studio, and her name is Rachel Kitonyo. She's a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association. We want to talk about the burden of cancer on households in Kenya. Today being Friday, it's our Health Friday conversation. Before she comes on, let her hear the day's proverb from CT, who's reading it from his what? Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra.
Right.
Ta-da-ta-da.
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn, I know it off head, so I'm just staring at the screen. A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have, or must grow, a strong skull.
A sheep that wants to grow a long horn must have
a strong
skull.
Yes.
Rachel, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. It's
Thank
good to
you.
have you here.
Thank you.
That proverb, does it resonate with what you know in life?
Yes. I think, especially for the generation in which we are living, so we certainly need long horns. So taking time to build the strong skull is really important in terms of your work experience, your education, and just resilience to deal with the hard times.
Very well said. You are a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association. What is the Kenya Cancer Association?
So the Kenya Cancer Association is an organization of concerned individuals. We're registered as an NGO. And our vision is to have a Kenya free of cancer, at any rate the preventable cancers, and also to have a Kenya where cancer is diagnosed early, treated affordably and effectively, and where we have got more people surviving a cancer diagnosis.
You say interested individuals.
Yes.
How do they come together? What kind of individuals are they? Is it medical practitioners?
So we have a lot of volunteers, a lot of whom either are cancer survivors or have been affected by cancer. So, for example, myself, I've lost 3 aunties to cancer, so I take cancer very personally. And among them, they come from all walks of life, ranging all the way from students to doctors to lawyers like myself to mothers, fathers. Generally, any Kenyan who's bothered about cancer in Kenya and wants to do something about it is welcome.
So what do you do?
So myself, I'm a lawyer by profession. So when I'm not at Kenya Cancer, I work in the field of cancer control. So I train government lawyers how to regulate the cancer risk factors. So my interest in cancer came from that background of having lost 3 relatives, but also I work day to day on cancer control.
And as the association, in order to realize your dream and your goal of a cancer-free Kenya, so what is it that you're doing? Is it about policy? Is it about programs? Is it about education and awareness? What exactly do you do?
So there are 4 main things that we do. I think the most urgent right now is helping cancer patients and survivors. So one of the things that we do is we run a program with the Kenyatta National Hospital where we give out NHIF cards. So this is under our cancer patient support program. And we find that there are many people who cannot afford the 6,000 for NHIF. And because especially if you're paying as an individual, you have to pay monthly. If you fail to make a monthly payment, or 2 or 3 monthly payments, your card goes dormant. And so many of the patients that we deal with are brought to us by Kenyatta National Hospital because they've fallen into that problem. So either they come into the hospital and they don't have an NHIF card, or their card has had issues and therefore their treatment has been stopped. And so then what happens is that if they come in and then they have to pay the penalties, then they're given a 2-month waiting period. The cancer doesn't wait. So by the time they come back again, the cancer has gotten worse. So we felt that was the first place that we could step in to help all those who cannot afford the 6,000, so that we pay for the card and we pay for it upfront. And so with NHIF, if you pay upfront, we've also discussed with NHIF and we're able to reduce that waiting period so that they get the treatment that they need. Other patient support activities that we do, we help the Stoma World Kenya. We make some donations towards stoma bags. So basically, a stoma bag is that for some colorectal cancer patients, when the intestine is operated on, they have to divert the route through which they got the toilet. So they don't go the normal way. A hole is made in the stomach. And then you have to attach a bag there. So most of us think pooping is automatic, which it is. It's the first thing a baby does when they're born, other than crying. And we don't think much about pooping. But when you have to pay to poop because that bag costs money, and the cheapest bag is 300 shillings. So imagine each time you poop 300 imeenda hivyo. It gets really expensive. And it doesn't matter how wealthy you think you are. I mean, if you're going to live for 20 years, you can calculate just how many times you'll poop and use a bag. And so we contribute towards the purchase of those bags. We also give wigs to women who've lost their hair. We give prostheses for breast cancer patients. So generally, that's patient support. So that's the first thing that we do. Then the second is education. And so when we are educating, we are trying to do two things. One is to create awareness about the risk factors so that people can prevent cancer. 40% of cancers are preventable by 4 common policy issues. So the first, of course, is not smoking. The second is alcohol. The third is unhealthy food. And the fourth is exercise. And all of those are things which at a personal level you can deal with, but there are also policy areas where the government can get involved. So we educate. Then the second thing is the importance of screening and early detection. And so particularly when you look at the top 2 cancers in Kenya for women, which is breast and cervical cancer, both are screenable. So there's no reason why we are catching cancer patients at stage 3 and at stage 4, yet these are diseases that can be caught cheaply and effectively by screening. And so if, for example, you look at cervical cancer, the cervical cancer test, which a woman has to do every 5 years, and if you get a clean result, it's every 5 years. If they see something, every 2 years. And the cheapest test is about 1,000, 1,500. So if you love your mother, you love your sister, you love your auntie, you love your house help, why are women not getting screened? And it's not complicated. It takes about 15 minutes for the screening to be done. If you get your clean bill of health, you know you're clean for the next 5 years. And so building that awareness among Kenyan women that you need to go for your cervical cancer screening. If you talk of breast cancer screening, it's as simple as self-breast examination where you touch your breast every month. It doesn't even cost you anything. Your breast is there with you all the time. And I'm speaking here to Kenyan men. Your girlfriend, your wife, your partner, while you're doing, you know what you know you are doing. Also feel, and if you feel something, tell enda ukaangaliwe. And so creating that awareness so that we increase early detection. And then finally is then lobbying with NHIF for better cancer cover.
All right.
And so once you get that 6,000 card, the main problem with NHIF are the limits. And as I said, cancer doesn't respect our numbers. So when we are told that for first-line cancer treatment, you get up to 150,000, what happens when your treatment plan requires more money than that? You dip into your pocket. And then second-line cancer treatment is 600,000 Kenya shillings. Now, the cost of cancer treatment ranges from 500,000 to 1.2 million. So you can already see NHIF is giving you like half. So where is the other half supposed to come from? And so that kind of advocacy with them on how did you come up with the package? How can we improve the package? And then the last thing is the things that the package doesn't cover. So it doesn't cover diagnostic tests. Yet for me to know I have got cancer, I need to have done the tests. It doesn't cover screening. Yet if we screened and caught it early, then we would spend more. And so just trying to improve what it covers. Would spend less, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, even looking at the burden of cancer, we're talking about, obviously prevention here. Well, maybe not prevention, because if you find out about it, chances that you already have it. What you're looking at now is the stages of it, isn't it? Now, what are the benefits to pre-screening? What are the benefits to checking early? As we build this conversation, what are the benefits to checking early that would mitigate the burden that we are seeing on households today?
So to start with, so when you're talking about the cancer continuum, we obviously start at prevention because, as I've said, 40% are preventable. And all those actions I mentioned are things that you have direct control over as a person. So you can choose to smoke or not to smoke, or if you're a smoker to quit, things like that. There are also things that government can regulate. So it can regulate cigarettes, it can regulate alcohol, it can regulate food. It can provide spaces for exercise. So 40%, if we did all of that, would get off the table. Then probably another 20% would get done by early detection. And so that's where, as I was saying, the importance of, for women, the breast self-check. And if you feel something, go to the hospital, get a nurse to check. And then, of course, there are mammograms and things like that. And then for cervical cancer, it's that test. Once every 5 years, the younger you are, the older you are, it goes to once every 2 years. And so what that does is that if you can see like it's a tap, we don't want to be the ones with the bucket collecting the water as it drops, which is what we are doing right now at Kenya Cancer. So a lot of what we are doing now is collecting the water as it drops into the bucket. We want to turn off the tap so that there are less figures. And so if you're looking at Kenya's figures, we've got 47,000 new cases every year, out of which 37,000 die. So our death rate is also extremely high. And that's why many people feel as if cancer is a death sentence.
Yep.
Now, if you look at the West, their death rates are much lower. So cancer does not have to be a death sentence if we caught it early. And so something like cervical cancer, for example, if detected in stage 1, is 100% curable. So the fact that Kenyan women are dying is because we are catching them at stage 3 and at stage 4. And most of us, what drives us to the hospital is pain.
Yep.
By the time a cancer is paining you, it's quite late.
It's quite late. It's as you say that it's possible to treat and cure so that people go into remission. We had somebody who actually was in remission, and she spoke to us about the reasons why people are not going in to get tested. You might have that pain, you might have, the condition, you see it, you're sitting with it every day, but the financial burden also on you, you're going to ask yourself twice. Will I go and do this test for X thousand shillings? Will I go and seek this treatment for X thousand shillings when I'm looking for 500 of those shillings to eat today? So these are some of the things that we are told about as the reasons as to why. Secondly, we have the painless cancers, like cervical cancer, right? That you really don't feel anything, for a lot of people who tell us this. So if I'm not feeling pain, why would I then go and seek treatment and spend money on something for which, I'm all right, isn't it? This is the thing.
So let's start with your second one before we go to the fear of the cost. So one of the things that we are trying to lobby the government is to get screening out of the hospital, because screening is not treatment. And so if you are seeing hospitals as treatment centers where we deal with sick people, then those that don't feel sick will not come to the hospital, isn't it?
And they don't.
So I'm feeling fine right now. Why would mbona nijipeleke kwa hospitali? And I feel okay.
Exactly.
And so if we manage to get screening out into the community, and the screening solutions, because cervical cancer screening, for example, we do it at our events, can be done in the open. So imagine if Nairobi City County, the same way we mobilized for COVID, going jabbing people on the street, organized, and you went, say, to Wakulima Market, set up a tent there, because so long as you've got a tent with the walls for privacy, a couch, and the materials for cervical cancer screening is basically a swab and acetic acid, all of which don't cost very much. And just called all the women and screened them there on the spot so that they don't have to go to the hospital, because they're hustling, isn't it?
Yes.
Am I going to leave my stall of Mama Mboga to go into the hospital and I'm not feeling sick? Even for those of us who are professionals, me and you, we are busy. Will you tell your boss here at SpiceFM that I didn't show up for work because I went to be looked and there's no medical report to show that you were sick? And so can we get screening out of the hospital into the community? And so we've got community health volunteers that go and meet people where they are. We need to have that for screening. And so the same way we've got mobile vans for cervical cancer vaccination, why don't we have mobile vans for cervical cancer screening? And even for breast cancer, because it's just having that nurse. And actually, the breast cancer check is even less than that. 15 minutes is for cervical cancer.
Yes.
Breast cancer is like 5 minutes. She feels, and if she feels anything that's suspicious, she'll tell you come to the hospital. That cannot be done at Wakulima Market. That cannot be done at Kencom at the bus stop. That cannot be done in churches. I mean, the places where people gather. Imagine if we came here and did it at SpiceFM, just rounded up all the employees. Within 1 hour, we've tested all of you. And so getting it out of the hospital into the community. So for me, that is the solution. Now let's go to the issue of cost. Now, one of the reasons why we are holding the event that we'll be having on Saturday, so I divide Kenyans into 2 categories. There's people like me who probably have got medical insurance. And even if I don't, I can afford the NHIF.
Yeah.
And it's those who we are asking, are you willing to give 6,000 to buy an NHIF card for somebody else? And so then my first message to everybody is, at the very lowest, you must have NHIF. It's not perfect, but it's something.
It does.
So at least if you got that 600K worth of treatment out of your bill of 1.2 million, at least 600K imeenda.
Yeah.
And so that's the appeal. If you give us 6,000 shillings, you've helped one person to get their NHIF. And once they have it, it's a place to start from. We are working on trying to improve the package, but at least it's a place to start from. And then now the second category is now that one that needs the NHIF card.
Yes.
And even then, again, still if you look, so say you're a boda and you're thinking that 6,000 is too much. By the way, when you get that card, it covers you, it covers your wife, it covers your children. And so it's a worthwhile investment when you compare to what happens if you actually get that diagnosis. And cancer is not the only disease that causes catastrophic financial expenditure. If you're hypertensive, if you're diabetic. So what are we willing to invest in health? And then when we talk about prevention, it's much easier to invest in prevention than it is to invest in treatment. And so again, for that cervical cancer screen, it's 1,500 every 2 years. And the younger you are, the first time it comes out clean, it becomes every 5 years. Honestly, 1,500 divided by 2 years is 24 months. How much is that per month to save? So that you can ensure that your wife, the mother of your children, is healthy.
It's less than 100 shillings.
It's less than 100 shillings a month. If as a man you're not willing to put that aside for your woman, we need to have serious conversations. And then lastly is the universal health coverage package. And so as we're having these discussions with the government over UHC, what gets into the package? If we prioritize the women of Kenya, that cervical cancer screen should become free, paid for by the government.
Can you so let's ground this a little bit, because there's a lot of emphasis on this. So we already know that these two cancers, specifically cervical and breast, the highest in terms of the footprints in the country, the highest in the country. I think now we're looking at prostate cancer, then coming in third or so.
Yes.
That's why we're putting priority on it, because it's killing almost 100% of those who get it in Kenya today.
So part of the reason why we are putting high priority, of course, so breast cancer has the highest incidence. So of all our cancer cases, 12.5% are from breast cancer. There's cancer affects every part of the body. So there's so many cancers. So if one cancer is taking 12.5%, that's a really high number.
Yeah.
But also because, as I've said, it is screenable, can be caught early. And so if you're looking at other things that are really difficult to treat, our government has to prioritize. So it's not that we are saying certain lives have got more value than others, but because there are too many problems to solve, a government has to try and prioritize. And so what WHO has done in terms of giving guidance to countries is to say, let's prioritize the cancers that either A, can be caught by screening so that we catch them early and get them out of the way. Those that can also be dealt with by vaccination. And so, for example, for cervical cancer, there's a vaccine. If you look at a country like Australia, their cervical cancer rates are about 4%. In Kenya, ours are really high. The secret was vaccination. And you also then prioritize those that are relatively easy to treat. And so that's why we've settled on breast and cervical cancer for women, because they can be caught by screening. And as I've said, for cervical cancer, if caught at stage 1, 100% treatable, and the treatment is really easy. Depending on how you set it up, go in, screen, find the cancerous lesions, treat on the spot, the woman goes home. It's as simple as that. So why aren't we making that investment?
Sounds to me that there's a lot of awareness that's lacking. Awareness with the public especially. For example, those things that you've talked about, the screening, how much it costs. It's affordable, it's cheap. You can screen from wherever, you can start the basic screening, and then the cost of it. And if people just get to know that these are the available options and this is how cheap it is, like you're saying, if it only is going to cost less than 100 bob a month to put aside money so that the screening can take place every 2 years, then that is information that somebody can directly relate. I think the second big thing is access. Because like you've said, if it only needs to happen in a hospital, and the last time I went to a hospital, I did not see a tent there that says you can pass by here for cancer screening. I have got to go and ask a certain office so I can be taken for the cancer screening. If I wasn't aware, I wouldn't ask. There's an issue there. So if we were to address just this access, and they say the way you're saying this should be taken to community level, why is it not being taken to community level? I mean, how much more would it cost to actually roll out proper, regular cancer screening at the community level?
So first, as I've said, the Kenyan hospital system is built around treatment. So that's how our doctors are trained. It's how the whole orientation at the ministry is. So, of course, with rising levels of non-communicable diseases, focus is shifting a lot more to prevention and awareness. But we are still heavily hospital-centric. And so it's that paradigm shift in our thinking that health has to be taken out of the hospital into the community. And so when we talk about, for example, the community health volunteers policy, very often we've got these volunteers, but they are not paid. That's why they're called a volunteer. Volunteer, hello, they're not paid. But if we think that they are that important because of what they can deliver, then shouldn't they be having a line in the budget? Because the day they are paid, they will go and do this. So they're already doing it for things like hypertension, but a lot of this is funded by NGOs. So people like AMRE, for example, pay a lot of community health volunteers. Why isn't Nairobi County, why isn't government of Kenya putting money into the community health volunteer strategy? Because these are people who are trained, these are people who've got acceptability. Because also the other thing with cervical cancer is stigma. And you see, the kind of stigma is because of where it's found, say Munyeti. So these are not things that we just talk about. So we also have to deal with that stigma. I remember talking to a taxi driver, and he said how he discovered, so unfortunately he lost his wife, how he discovered that the wife had cervical cancer. Every time they had sex, she would bleed. And at first he thought, is this an STI? Has my wife been unfaithful? So they couldn't even have that conversation because in the back of his mind is wondering, has she been doing something? And so that conversation couldn't even be had. So by the time now it graduated to severe pain, they now went to St. Mary's, and at first it was painkillers and so on, until finally a doctor is like, go for a cervical cancer check. By that time it was stage 3. So dealing with that stigma so that husbands and wives, spouses, partners can have that conversation, mothers with their daughters, because of where it is found, and the feeling that this is a sexually transmitted disease. So if I tell my husband that there's some discharge, he'll suspect that I have been. So we have to also deal with that, because then that is what is going to drive people to seeking. And then the Kenyan health seeking behavior, shifting from I go to the hospital because I'm in pain to I go to hospital to be checked to prevent future more expensive pain. And therefore, when you take the time, especially if you can afford it. So that your issue is not cost. Your issue is all those other things. Let's just get the annual checkup. I have several friends who the breast lump was discovered through a regular check. They were not feeling anything. And as I'm saying, cancer in stage 1, very often you will not feel anything. If we caught it there, the survivorship rates are so much higher.
You know, it's a very big conversation, and we thank you very much for coming. Rachel Kitonyo is a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association. We are talking about the burden of cancer on households in Kenya and what the association has been doing in terms of creating awareness, advocating on behalf of people on the issue of cancer across the country. As we take this break, we continue the conversation shortly with her. Let's remind you about the Italian Cuisine Week. It's an Italian Cuisine Week, Rachel.
Wow.
From yesterday until the 20th. Ndu?
Yes.
We'll tell her a bit more about it.
Right. So it's being able to sample different kinds of Italian cuisine for the next 10 days. It started yesterday. And so walking into a restaurant in Nairobi and wanting to sample the famous tiramisu, you know what that is?
Yes.
Of course.
Kind of dessert.
Coffee and cream all in one. It's really great stuff. So you can sample that in Nairobi. And over, in Malindi, there's tuk-tuks that are making their way through the town, and you can actually stop and sample some more Italian cuisine. It's Italian Cuisine Week until the 20th of November, being able to sample the culture through food.
Do you have a list of those restaurants?
Restaurants Zico.
Everywhere.
Zico will
Yes,
tell
the
you.
list is available.
We'll tell you which ones. It's 9:30. Let's take a quick break, take a look at the weather and traffic, and then we continue the conversation with Rachel.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulu, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together.
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah.
All right, looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 16 through Friday, 19 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14, and the rain is still coming down in Nyeri, highs of 20 and lows of 14, mostly cloudy conditions at 18 in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's also still a rainy morning in parts of Mombasa, highs of 31 and lows of 24, and we'll see highs of 31 as well in Malindi, coming down to lows of 25. Light rain at 26 in Kisumu, highs of 28, and 28 will also be the high in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 26. Mostly cloudy conditions at 20 in Kampala, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 31 in a rainy Dar es Salaam this morning. It's raining in Joburg at 16. It'll go to highs of 20. It's now cloudy in Lagos at 24, going to highs of 31. Rain showers continue to pelt down in Kinshasa, highs of 29 and lows of 23. Let's take a peek into Beijing Friday evening. Rain showers at 12. We'll see highs of 13 and lows of 11. And it's a cloudy morning in Paris at 9. We'll see highs of 15 and 16 will be the high in a mostly cloudy London. Coming into New York, it's 16 degrees. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 20 and lows of 15.
Spice FM, Nyeri.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, so most parts are city looking much better now. The Thika Superhighway and Kiambu Road did this great dance of cooperation. So there's nothing going on there. You can get into the city without too much of an issue. Westlands, we already gave you your stars and stripes. So you're doing well coming out of the city and then going back in through Westlands. You should be okay. So today, traffic-wise, A plus, done very well. Let's keep an eye on things through the morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6 to 10. We continue talking to Rachel Kitonyo, board member, Kenya Cancer Association, the burden of cancer on households in Kenya. And basically the message that is coming from Rachel this morning is, if we shift our focus from dealing with treatment of cancer and we focus on dealing with avoiding cancer, preventing cancer, yes, and early screening and catching cancer early, then the burden dramatically reduces. And this is what you're saying. If we invest in awareness, invest in knowing, invest in exercise, in knowing the kind of food that we eat, and those that is already dealing with, then invest in screening and regular screening and being very deliberate about it, about screening and regular screening, then we are also dealing with reducing the burden significantly. Because the opposite of that is that when somebody is then diagnosed with cancer and they've got to go through treatment, it's not just the burden on that patient. It's the entire household that then is taken through the journey of dealing with a cancer patient. What kind of burden is that? Just paint a picture.
So in Kenya Cancer Association, we deal with both patients but also their caregivers. And because it is a long-term illness, it's quite a journey to work with them. It's draining. So, for example, the time lost. So time off work when you have to accompany a patient to the hospital. The costs of taking care of them. Buying medicines that are not covered by the package. So families, you find, are fundraising, are selling property. So it literally drains the whole family. And if eventually then it is found that it cannot be treated, then you're talking about palliative care. And so all of these things can be quantified. The amount of time lost of work, the amount of money spent on travel. And so especially if a hospital is far, then you of course have to add transport. If you're getting outpatient treatment, so say like radiotherapy, and you come from far, will you then have to spend the night somewhere? And so again, some of those costs will not be covered by NHIF or even your medical insurance provider. These are things that you'll have to cover for yourself. And then, of course, then you've got also those then who are thinking of they're going to India, so they're adding even more cost in terms of transportation and so on. So these are all the burdens on the family. And then, of course, then there's the opportunity cost. So when Ndu was talking about, do I buy unga or do I pay for screening? If my mother is sick, do I pay for her medicine? Or so what do you have to sacrifice so that you can meet this cost? And so inevitably then you get children are being pulled out of school fees is not being paid, people cannot pay rent because somebody's juggling between all of these expenses. And sometimes then ultimately they decide, since I can't afford treatment, let me not even waste time on it.
Health is a devolved function. From what you observe and from the data that you have, I will take the view that you know where you have high prevalences of cancer cases in the country. When you look at the county governments, you look at the budgets that they have for healthcare, and you look at the proportion of that budget that goes into the preventative aspects of healthcare, which now will involve community health workers who are often referred to as voluntary community health workers, people who can actually provide this service and this messaging at the community level. Do you feel that they understand the seriousness of the situation that we have and that they have taken appropriate measures to manage this situation within their counties?
So to start with, when many governors think about health, because remember we're also dealing with politicians that have got a 5-year period. So they like things that are easy to see, visible. Tangible visible. Things. And so the easiest is build a classroom, build a hospital, build a ward, right? Building a classroom does not translate into education. It's merely a building. Putting a ward does not translate into better healthcare. But because they are driven by that, I have to show something. Many of them are running to say we are going to establish a cancer treatment center. And then when we come to check some of these so-called cancer treatment centers, it is a building. Now, a building without equipment, a building without qualified personnel, it's a classroom. It is not a hospital. And so when the governor says, I've established the cancer treatment center, and he's not thought about the human resource that is necessary. And so, for example, if you're going to train personnel for the county, it takes 7 years just to train a doctor before he now does his specialty in oncology. So if, say, you said even we take our doctors and the county invests in training so that you have a qualified oncologist on staff, it will take 3 years of training with nothing to show for it. So your constituents will be saying, Governor anafanya nini? And then he says ati daktari wameenda training. People can't see training. And so because they are not thinking long term, they are thinking in sound bites of 5 years. And practically it's almost 3. Because he spends the first year putting things in place. He works for 3 years, and the last one he's campaigning to be re-elected. And so how do we get strategic planning around that whole continuum so that the actions that you are taking are not narrowed on those small tangible things that you can show? And so the investment in personnel is going to take time. And so you need to have like a kind of long-term county plan where you're saying that if in the next 20 years, this is where we hope to go. And hopefully then your successor picks up from where you left. So that's one thing. Then 2 is also this thing of every county wanting to have its own facility. Now, before devolution, the Ministry of Health had a plan around serious illnesses and diseases because they do cost a lot of money to set up. And so probably what we need in Kenya is maybe 6 serious cancer hospitals. So every county doesn't need to have its own. You can imagine if they got together as a block and contributed. So that maybe you're saying within maximum a radius of 100 kilometers, there is a cancer hospital, right? So then not everybody has to spend 150 million, 200 million building the structure. If the Ukambani counties, decide which county has it, and all of you invest there so that you build a serious hospital. And then the county that gets a cancer hospital doesn't have to build a heart facility. The next county can do it. Because then that way we will have enough resource, and even in terms of training. And then even looking at things of maybe could we share doctors? Because if all of us are going to have to train our own oncologist, then that means 47 oncologists in 47 counties. We literally don't have that money. And so the beauty when it was at the national level was because the national government could look at all of that and come up with a plan. But the truth is that now that we're in devolution, it has to be done at the county level. And so this whole idea of regional county blocks where they get together and say, we are the Nyanza, is it Lake Basin region? We are 6 or 8 counties. Can we discuss what is our cancer plan? And then does it mean we're building only 2 hospitals so that we reduce the costs? And then the things that can be done at each individual county level would be those community health volunteers and the screening, because then that you would do locally. And then lastly, a really good system of referral, because the other thing that happens when, for example, we as NGOs go out to screen is we find somebody with symptoms, we tell them to go to the hospital and they get lost somewhere along the chain. And so keeping track of all that paperwork, because also once you start screening, you can imagine if we had a national database. I look at countries abroad where the message for you to go for your screening actually comes from the government. So they send you a reminder.
They remind you
Rachel
you're
Kitonyo,
due for
your last screen was 2 years ago. You're due for your next screen. Kindly report to KNH.
Okay. These conversations that are being had, it's obvious that it's clear about how these things should work, how there should be a symbiotic relationship between government, the facilities, the counties, but obviously it's not happening, right? So where is the connect between the practitioners on this side who obviously see and know the things that are needed and how they ought to operate, and then those who clearly have a role that ought to be played here? Who's having this one-on-one conversation, this hopeful implementation with the counties, if it's being had?
So
because if we're talking about things like we need more community health workers, we need more on-board, hands-on relationships with would-be patients, who is having that conversation?
So let me start by giving some credit where it's due. So Nairobi County, about 2-3 weeks ago, convened all the stakeholders in the health sector, and they were asking these questions. So we as Kenya Cancer were invited, but we were not the only ones. So they weren't just looking at cancer. I think they were looking at health generally in the county. And I think that's a first place to start, where you pull together the stakeholders and you do some kinds of needs assessment. Because remember, I said government has to prioritize. It can't solve every problem. And so you try and figure out either A, where is the burden highest, or where do you get quick wins, or even sometimes cost effectiveness. And so they pulled us together, and we are hoping something good will come out of this. So we, of course, laid our priorities, told them as a county to put emphasis on early detection and screening. Treatment, because we've got KNH, may not be such a big issue in Nairobi. I think Kenyans can access KNH, and KNH anyway is a national government issue. So I think that's a first place for counties to start. And so if a new governor comes in and he's got an interest, I think it's bringing the stakeholders so that you get a clear picture of what your health problems are and then how they can be budgeted for. I think the second thing we have to do more of is education of people like MCAs, because they do influence that budget. And very often, as I'm saying, because they are being pushed towards the tangible. So even an MCA wants to show in my ward, there's something tangible he has built. And so then getting them to appreciate some of these issues. So for cancer treatment, other than the Cancer Treatment Center, which is a building that you can show, how do we measure success of our political leaders beyond the physical things like classrooms and hospitals? And then I think between the national level and the county level, so we've got something called the National Cancer Institute. And for the longest time, it hasn't been adequately funded. So the mandate in the Cancer Control Act is really clear. And if we did all the things so it's not a lack of papers or plans or strategies.
The thing is there, but the thing is just
the thing is the implementation. And I mean, I always ask myself, when we want to build a new superhighway, the money is found. When we start talking about health, we are told, come with evidence, come with investment cases, come with... When they wanted to build the expressway, which investment case was done? Which evidence was collected? Massive research. We keep on saying, we don't have research. I mean, if I'm telling you 47,000...
We first need data, and the National Cancer Institute should now be able to collect the data. Now, the National Cancer Institute needs to be funded so that it can collect the data, so that then we can have a policy on cancer treatment.
So for me, it's really an issue of political will, that the things that we want to do, we find the money for. So the day we decide we have prioritized the women of Kenya, cervical cancer programs will be funded.
But Rachel, let me be the advocate for the politician here. The way you're saying, it is the tangibles, all right? This is Uhuru's legacy project, the expressway. You can all see Kibaki's, the road, you can see so and so, this governor, this big, humongous thing, you can see it. It's because of the pressure from the citizens. maybe we need to start talking about, we as citizens, do we understand the need for investment in healthcare? And when we think about healthcare, do we understand that it goes beyond a structure called a facility to all these other things, to investing in doctors, to investing in training the medical personnel, to investing in research, all these? Maybe we need to look at that. Because if we don't do that, it doesn't matter. A governor will come and say, you see what I did? I took our doctors, they went and trained, and they'll be coming back after 5 years, and then we'll have these very qualified doctors. People will tell you, where kwenda nyumbani.
Okay, so two things. Yes, we as a citizenry have to change our metrics, and I think there's a lot to be done in the civic space, civic education. I mean, I remember before the last election, just talking again to another cab driver. I talk a lot to Uber drivers. And he told me, I'm not voting for my MP again, not the current one. I asked him why. He said, oh, hajajenga barabara. So I asked him, now surely that is unfair. Who told you kazi ya MP ni kujenga barabara? Barabara is not within the remit of an MP. So he's even being scored negatively against a metric that's not his.
Judging the fish by its ability to climb a tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where we have to start in terms of what are the proper metrics. And you know, one of the interesting things is that now that CDF currently is off the table, MPs are scrambling. Because previously they were ranked by classrooms and things like that, which they paid for by CDF. When there's no CDF, so there's no money to purchase tangible things. How will you define the metrics of success for a member of parliament? And so I don't know how that conversation will go, and anyway, that's not what I came here to talk about. But we have that problem as a citizenry, and so we have a lot of work to do in terms of what is the role of your governor, what is the role of your MCA, what is the role of the women rep, so that you are scoring them appropriately. And then secondly, even when we talk about public participation and the county development plan, I know there are NGOs that are active in the space of training the ordinary citizen. How do you participate in those so that your agenda gets on the table? And then how do you track the money that was allocated to it and how it was used so that all of us can be more knowledgeable and more aware? So there's certainly space for that. But then now on the flip side, when we take something like, you know, the current president of Indonesia, he was previously the mayor of Jakarta. What won him the presidency was universal health coverage in Indonesia. Not a superhighway, not an expressway, not a new airport. Health. So the average Kenyan, and that has been the conversation around the SGR. So watu walisema kwani tunakula SGR. So why are our politicians believing that if I build a road, Kenyans will vote for me? The Indonesian president has proved that when you give them health, they will vote for you. So I'm waiting to hear somebody who will say my legacy is investing in human capital. We also remember Kibaki, other than Thika Superhighway, free primary education. And education is, I mean, of course you can build classrooms, but it's the other intangibles. So who says that having a legacy as a health thing cannot get you elected? There's no evidence that shows that it doesn't happen.
I want to take you back to looking at the the preventative aspects of healthcare. And I want to ask about legislation. My attention is drawn to the county government of Nairobi and Health Service Act, and how it is that they strived to ensure that within that particular legal document there was a provision for community health workers. Now, as a lawyer, do you think that a push towards tackling the legislative aspect or the legal aspects of this particular problem that we're referring to would help bring us to the point where we can see the goal at hand as being achievable? Or do you think legislation doesn't, or the current legislation we have, or the laws that govern certain activities within counties are adequate?
So the answer is yes and no. So in my engagements with Nairobi County, so a lot of the work I do is in the field of tobacco control, which is a heavily legislated subject. And we'd have the National Tobacco Control Act. Now, when we came to the county to ask why they weren't enforcing, because enforcement officers, you know, askari wakanjo, they belong to the county. So Ministry of Health cannot help you with enforcement. You have to use county staff, yeah? And when we asked them, why aren't you enforcing? Oh, there's no budget line, what. But eventually what it came to was they felt that they needed a Nairobi County tobacco control law before they can implement the national tobacco control. Now, legally, I don't necessarily think that is true. But because that was their sentiment, then we told them, fine. we'll work with you on getting the Nairobi County law so that now you feel you've got the appropriate legal framework. So we did that, and now Nairobi County has got a Tobacco Control Act. They are still not resourcing. And that tells me that the real reason they were not resourcing was not the law. There's still something else. But anyway, we dealt with it because that was one of the things they said, that we feel that we need it. So that's the no bit, in terms of them feeling I must have a specific law before I can do something. No. But if they do feel that they need that, there are many people who are willing to work with them. I can give a list of NGOs that will work with the county to pass the necessary laws if they need it without charging the county anything. So if they feel they need laws, so that's the no bit. The yes bit, I think, is more really around the county budgeting process, the priorities, and so part of that is the education of MCAs as to what the issues are. Another big issue we are currently facing now is that data thing. And so very often when you go to the county, they say, what are the statistics for our county? And sometimes you don't have them. And so prior to the 2010 constitution, when we split into the counties, we had provinces. So for example, like for tobacco, we have got national level figures, and then I've got regional figures. So I can tell you smoking prevalence for Western Province. I can't tell you for Busia. So when you go to KNBS and ask why they don't now desegregate it down to county level, they say that to do that, that survey becomes really expensive. Then they say for your issue, ka unataka, ongeza pesa. So when you're always met with how many smokers are there in Ukambani and you don't have a figure, or in Garissa County, I don't want to hear the whole of Northeastern. I don't care about people from Mandera in my county. So sometimes there's also that problem, and I think we have to invest more in collecting local data. But for me, I think the real issue for those things that can be prevented, and again here, this now goes to our national members of parliament. Some of these diseases are brought by industries. So when you're talking about the tobacco industry, you're talking about the alcohol industry, you're talking about Coca-Cola and other products that have got high sugar, you're talking about KFC and products that have got trans fat. The same way the mosquito is the vector for malaria. Those industries are the vectors of disease.
Yes.
And so they have to be regulated. Tobacco, out of all those 4 areas, is probably the most regulated. We are still not at 100%. Our alcohol laws in this country are still a bit too weak. And on food, the door is wide open. And so government is failing to regulate because that's what it can do. And regulation doesn't cost anything. MPs are already paid to sit there. Bureaucrats are already paid to do the policy. And civil society is here to do the advocacy. Why aren't we regulating? Why aren't we raising the taxes? We are saying we don't have money. Lower the tax on petrol, raise it on cigarettes, raise it on alcohol, raise it on Coca-Cola. There's a huge heap of money waiting there for Ruto to pick if he's looking for money. Why isn't he doing it?
Sure. I think we also then need to be careful in terms of how we're calling out at that point. But the thing is, if we're going to do that, then there needs to be then that direct and proven link between the disease burden that we're seeing in this country, especially for cancer, and then some of these outlets, and then have to ask ourselves, have we seen that is actually the case? Because it could get us in a spot of trouble, isn't it?
Remember, there's also the issue of just other industries that don't necessarily relate to food, and the affluent or whatever it is that emanate from the process of production, whether it is the steel industry, whether it is the cement industry. The truth of the matter is that just aside from just the environmental impact that we see, but we also know that there are places in this country, because we've had cases taken to court where, because a factory is located in a place that is near a settlement, a human settlement, whatever is discharged from that particular factory, having a very direct health, negative, rather adverse health consequence of the inhabitants of that particular place.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you remember Owinohuru, is it?
Yes.
Owinohuru in Mombasa?
Mombasa. Yes.
Yes.
And that one, I mean, if you want to dodge behind saying you have no evidence, that's, I think, an academic argument. The reality was this factory started and suddenly the cases went up and all of them can trace it to the river water that flows through the village.
Yeah, and but we also know for a fact that some of those individuals and some families did go as far as getting tested to see, and that there was traceability
of the
to
chemicals.
The disease in their body to the chemicals from the water body.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you talk about, and this is the interesting thing about data, which sometimes I like to push back on. So in the US, they have found that if you smoke a cigarette, you get lung cancer. Do I need to do the same study in Kenya? And then you're telling me we don't have Kenyan evidence? I mean, the cigarette is the same. The company making it is the same. So again, you're hiding behind evidence and saying, no, show me the study where the Kenyan doctor took the Kenyan lung. All of us know that cigarettes cause lung cancer. So if the US has proved it, why are you telling me to do another study in Kenya? Okay, let's talk about food. Astounding report the other day around the chemicals and the pesticides that we are using in food. And I believe food is one of the big contributors to the cancer burden in Kenya. So when you look at tomatoes that already have a film of white on them when you buy them, which means this thing was sprayed yesterday, na tunakula leo. I mean, do you need rocket science to tell you that if you eat chemicals, it will have a health impact? So if in other countries, certain chemicals have been banned. So chemicals that have been banned in the EU are finding their way in Kenya. The research evidence was done in the EU to say that these chemicals are bad. Do I need to do the same in Kenya so that policymakers in Kenya can take action? So let's not use data to dodge our responsibility. I agree with you. There are times when we need data. But there's also another principle in law called the precautionary principle, which says that when we suspect this thing can cause damage, we stop it. We don't say we are waiting until we are 100% sure before we do it. So data, yes, says need for data, but very often we hide behind it to avoid taking action.
Rachel, in 30 seconds, tell us what you're doing tomorrow. You have an event tomorrow.
So tomorrow we are at the Nairobi Arboretum from 9 to 12. We're having a boot camp. So remember I said exercise is one of the preventives for cancer. And even for cancer patients and survivors, it leads to better outcomes. So we're having a boot camp. We'll have lots of fitness activities and fun. We'll have Zumba. We'll have different workstations. We'll also have NHIF giving awareness on their cancer package. And you'll be able to ask them any questions around NHIF. And we'll also have screening. So we'll have the Kenyatta National Hospital and the Nairobi Radiotherapy Clinic doing breast cancer screening and education on cervical cancer and prostate cancer.
Nairobi Arboretum.
Nairobi Arboretum.
From what time?
From 9 to 1. The cost is 2,000 shillings. That helps us to buy the NHIF cards for those who can't afford it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Rachel, for joining us today.
Thank
and
you.
Come again soon. Let's have this conversation over and over and over again. Rachel Kitonyo is a board member of the Kenya Cancer Association. We've been talking about the burden of cancer in Kenyan households. Remember, tomorrow, if you're in Nairobi, go to the Arboretum between 9 and 1 a.m. Exercise, get screening, contribute towards helping those that need to be helped. A very good morning to you. It's 10 a.m. Have a lovely weekend. We'll be back on Monday, God willing.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Japheth Koome has been sworn in as Inspector General Law Police. The swearing-in ceremony was presided over by Chief Justice Martha Koome in an event held at the Supreme Court buildings. Koome was sworn in just a day after being approved by Parliament. Speaking after the ceremony, Koome has vowed to carry out his duties. Well, the thing he says he will make a priority is to deal with insecurity throughout the country. The Inspector General has warned the criminals that they will be severely punished in accordance with the law.
Kwa hivyo hawa wakora wako kule nje wanafikiria watatishia maisha ya wananchi. That will not happen. Mkora ambaye anafikiria atatembea na kisu huko nje anadunga mwananchi kwa kisu, mkora ako na bunduki, that will not happen. I'm from the college, that's why I've been the commandant. And I will tell you, our officers are very clear to when they are allowed to use a firearm.
He has promised to deal with cases of livestock theft, stressing that he will ensure that the law is amended to ensure that those who carry out these activities are prosecuted for terrorism.
Our strategy now is to target the loans. We are calling them livestock loans. And we shall engage Parliament so that such people, they are dealt with for committing a terrorist act. The President has pronounced himself on this. Kila mimi nasema, all of us, let us enjoy our existence.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has asked the Inspector General to ensure that they cooperate with other departments to protect the rights of Kenyans when the police are carrying out their duties. And the Greater South Member of Parliament, John Nyeri, has moved a motion in Parliament that seeks to compel road contractors to replace any tree harvested during road construction upon completion of the project. The motion by the second-time lawmaker also seeks to have the government include a component of tree planting in all road network designs. In advocating for the motion, the lawmaker argues that Article 42 of the Constitution accords every person the right to clean and healthy environment, and Article 69(1)(d) also mandates the state to encourage public participation in the management, protection and conservation of the environment. The motion comes at a time there has been a huge uproar over tree harvesting for road construction and expansion, with the case in point being the recent construction of the 27-kilometer expressway in Nairobi. Now, the Catholic bishops have called on